Hi, boys and girls, lads and lassies, and welcome back to Let's Talk Geeky. And it's a very short panel today. It's only
Hey, I
myself and
resemble that
Answer
remark.
Colin.
I resemble that remark about being a short panel.
Yeah, well, I'm basically standing up, and I'm the same size as when I'm sitting down. Yeah. But so, how's your week been? Had a
Oh,
fun
not too.
time?
Yeah, not too bad.
You been watching anything fun or
I would.
doing anything fun, Mister Out and About with actual real people instead of stuck at home like me?
No, I would have been doing a show this weekend actually, but there wasn't that much there from my sort of thing. It was quite a way away as well, so it
Yeah.
would have meant I wouldn't have been able to be on here. So
Uh,
actually, I've been exploring the post-apocalyptic Mojave Desert. Actually, again, I've been playing Fallout Las Vegas with quite a few of the mods installed.
yeah, I'm no. I've stopped gaming. I used to play. What was it? The one I enjoyed. Well, I play things like Terror from the Deep, UFO, Terror from the Deep, Alien Unknown. I like those type of just
Yeah.
a click. It's easy for the mouse, especially with my hand. But prior
Oh
to
yeah,
having
yeah,
that, I used to
yeah.
play Counter Strike, and we used to play teams and stuff like that. So me and a load of friends would get together, and we would just play against each other. We'd play Battlefield. We would play Counter Strike, things like that. Anything it was you could do is a multiplayer game, and that's all we used to do. I was always rubbish at it. I never get into it, but um, I've not played for a while, and the only games I have played are things like Terra from the Deep,
Mm. I
because I
enjoyed
do
Terror
like the
from the,
clickers.
I enjoyed Terror from the Deep. It, but it got to a point. What I found with the UFO games, the XCOM games, a lot of my found they got to a point top in the threat level.
Yes. See,
Um,
I've got them all. I liked UFO. I
mm,
liked Terra from the Deep.
mm,
The one where the interceptor I didn't like, because you were flying the interceptor. I just
yeah,
didn't like those
no,
type of games, because I just wanted to go click, click, and do the simple. Because my main interest was the crashes and landing and the attacks, and it's just to play. But I even played it by email. I played it by email a bit with my ex's brother, and the
oh
two of us
wow,
used to play it. So it would be, I would play my turn, send it to him, he'd play his turn, and that was a fun way of doing it. But I've even played it the similar idea with the first person shooter, and I wasn't as keen on that either. Yes, you were fighting against aliens, and it was the graphics were great, but it's not the type of game I like. I like the building your resources type games.
yeah.
Uh, so I've not played for a while. When there should be in the chat, it's basically I put it in the chat. Let's talk geeky. It's sitting there. Right, I'll send it to Discord. I know it did have issues earlier on, because I sent it this morning, then I went in and it says it wasn't there, and I resent it about half an hour ago. So now I need to actually go and send it. Wondered why it was so quiet. Right, so I need to actually fire up Discord again, and give me 2 seconds while I do this. Where's when?
Yeah,
Right.
I must admit, I prefer the adventure role playing type games to the shoot 'em ups or the. I think the resource building ones are quite interesting, but they need to be more than just that. I think, which is it's
Uh-huh.
one thing like Terror from the Deep, and that was great. 'Cause you got your research bits and
Yeah, you got your research, you got your manufacturing, you got your building your base, you
yeah,
got um kitting out your troops,
yeah.
and then you had the attacks on your base. You had been out finding
Mm,
more resources, so you couldn't just actually throw grenades at everything and blow everything up, because you
yeah,
needed to get people up, ones alive and stuff like that.
yeah.
I went. Sorry,
Hey,
I don't know
Wendy.
what happened with that.
Hello.
I don't know what happened with that.
I was outside banging on the door going, let me in, let me in.
I know, it's absolutely terrible.
I did
So,
see it pop up in the Twitter message,
uh-huh.
but I have 2 Twitter accounts, and the one I'm logged in on my laptop is not the one that the link goes to. So
Right, what
usually I
I'll do
have
is I'll
to.
add you during the week, I'll add you so you're on that link as well.
Thank you. Yeah, it's
'Cause I know
just
the other
easier to pull it up from Discord sometimes because
Yes.
that's what comes up on the laptop.
Yep.
Fun and
Right.
games.
I know. I'm
How
having
are
to
you
do in
both?
different ways. I'm good. Been a fun my holiday's coming to an end. Back to work on Monday.
Oh, I
Don't want
know.
to. Don't want. But it's been fun. I've literally just been sitting. I got a couple of nice things. I got my daughter had given me a voucher, and I got a fantastic item, shall we say, from it. Which is one of my picks. I was at Comic Con today, and I've got a pile of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12 DVDs sitting there. I've got a
Wow.
pile of 27 there, and I've got a pile of 10 there. And
Wow, that's amazing.
that's so I'm obviously split it up. I've also got another pile of about 15 over there. They're the ones that either they're parts of TV shows, so they're just actually added in. So, like for instance, if I've got seasons 1, 2, and 4, it's season 3's getting in, or season 7. So I
Mhm.
don't put them in as part of the pick of the week because they're already parts of the collection on there. And I've
Mhm.
also got ones that they're different discs, so I'm upgrading. So sometimes I pick up one which is a special edition, and I compare the two, see what one's the
And
best one.
then,
Oh, one
yeah.
goes back to the charity shop. So I've got that to do. So I picked up
Hi, John.
40
Hiya,
today.
John.
I picked up 40 today. So, so you can imagine I've got a lot to go through. And I've had a great week. I've literally watched the Orville season 1 and 2, and I
Wow.
watched episode 1 of season 3. I'm watching Numbers. Remember that one?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Numbers,
I'm
yeah.
rewatching that. So I'm on season. I'm halfway through season 2. I've been watching a few movies, a couple of John Wayne ones, and just bits and pieces. I've just picked one. I thought, oh, I'll watch that, and then it's just been bits and pieces, random here and there. I've not even caught up in a lot of the YouTube channels. I'm 3/4 of the way through Friday Night Tights, and I've still got the rabbis to watch. The most recent one.
There is so much, isn't there? It's crazy.
Literally, it's snowballing, and because I've actually started and see Numbers, that's taking a lot of my time up because once I start on something, I usually there's
Yeah,
5
binge
seasons of
right
that,
through
or
it.
5 or 6 seasons of that I need to go through.
Wow.
So yeah, it's fun, fun, fun. It's constant, but it's fun. I can't complain. I'm
Nope.
having a fun time just catching up on things that I remember, but I forgot how good they were.
Mm.
So apart from that, what about yourselves? What have you been up to?
What have you been up to, Colin?
Not a lot. I mean, I'm sad. I've nearly finished Babylon 5.
Oh,
Got
I hate
3
that feeling.
episodes of season 5. I mean, it's done. It's done.
Yeah.
Oh,
But then
I
it's on
know.
Crusade.
What about Crusade and all the movies
Yep,
and
they do. We do. Well, I think what the ambassador's doing. I'm watching it. Got the guy who's doing the reviews. He's taking a week off next week. I'm not sure he's got someone, but what he's going to do is I think he's going to do the last of the season 5. Then going to do. We did a third space roughly in sequence. So we're then going to do because we're doing roughly in chronological order we're doing. Hey,
Yeah.
the Soul
Yeah, I
Hunter
need to
ones.
actually, I think Babylon 5 will be on my next rewatch list because I do enjoy Babylon 5
Yeah.
and I have been watching bits and pieces of that.
Yeah.
So I have.
We're doing. So we're doing. Whichever the Soul Hunter one was, where you get to see Tracy Scoggins'
Oh, that's the one where
naked
the
back.
guy's actually using her image.
Yeah. Then we're
Yeah.
going on. Then we're
See, I really,
then,
I liked Tracy Scoggins when she was in, was it Lewis and Clark, the Adventures of
yes.
Superman. I liked her in that, and I liked her in Babylon 5. But see, when they sort of mixed the two, and they had that episode, that's the part I went, a wee bit cringe. I could understand why they did it, and I can understand why, how they did it because she's comfortable doing those different parts, which is
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
But I thought it just sort of you don't need to do that with Tracy Scoggins. She looks absolutely amazing, but she's a really good actress,
Yeah.
and she didn't need to do it just to hang me. And it was more comical, and it was
Yeah.
played comical, but it's just that was one of the ones. No matter how much I liked it, it just thought. But then
Yeah.
again, I'm the same. I'm doing the same with the Orville. Rewatch season 1 and 2, and I'm sitting there thinking Disney work, Disney work, Disney work, Disney work, Disney work, and I'm still enjoying it. But
Yeah.
anytime there's the aliens and the things with the aliens, I think doesn't work, doesn't work, and then
Yeah.
I'm
This.
noticing things. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking about doing a season by season review of the Orville or episode by episode. I don't know. I might actually just since season three's come out, I might actually do maybe season one, split it into two videos, and then season 22 of season three. Hopefully, it stays good. But there's things in, like for instance, Yafid. I love the Yafid character. However, it doesn't work as an alien life form
Mm,
for me because it's the gel. It's almost the idea is great, and the way that it can do things is great. However, if you look at it logically, it just doesn't work as a gel, a collection of intelligence. It can bits can be taken off, or yeah, I mean, it just doesn't work. People can run through it, and it's done. It was done as a joke character initially, and the Yafid character has actually got better. But to me, as an alien, it doesn't work. I know it sounds crazy, but it would have been better if it was like more of like an Isaac type thing, where it was a load of nanobots or something like that, so it was a collective consciousness
well,
rather than a gel
yeah,
consciousness.
but I mean, if you think about it, it's not that different from. I mean, you could sort of see the genesis in Odo's race in Deep Space Nine,
Yeah,
where they adopt. I mean, Jeff, it doesn't actually do that much of the shape change, but similar sort of thing where they're basically a disassociate or a disconnect, a mass of cells which doesn't actually have to have
yeah,
a single form.
yes, but that's what I'm saying. Even
Mm,
things like in that, I always used to pick. I like the characters,
mm.
but when you look at them logically, they don't work as characters. They don't work as an actual
Yeah,
logical species, and that's the thing. So I like the Yafid character. I think, and it's obviously the first episode is dedicated to. Is it Ron McDonald? The one that plays Yafid. He passed away.
oh, did he? Oh, I don't know
Uh-huh.
that.
Yeah, so the first episode of season three is dedicated to him. And the Yafid character's in it, and it's actually I still like the Yafid character, but there's certain things I go, doesn't work. It's the same as Isaac. I'm sitting there watching it, and I'm sitting there thinking, so why does Isaac keep blue eyes and the blue belt, whereas everything else, every other one of the species is red? It's only just so you can identify them, and that's the only reason. So the rest of it doesn't really work because of that. So either it's a collective, they're talking about they're acting as if they're a collective consciousness because they're all like any of the androids you look at, Space Above and Beyond. You had the androids; they all had an interlink. They could all talk to each other and share information. Cybermen, the Borg, similar idea. So the Isaacs, although they're all individual, they've got this thing in the background where they can all share information. But so why is Isaac's in blue, the blue eyes, the blue thing, yet all the rest of them are in red? But there's also the aspect that when Isaac turns at the end of season 2, and he's told to shoot. Is it Marcus? What's the other? I can't remember the two boys' names. One's Marcus, and I can't remember. But it was the small boy. And he's told to kill him, and suddenly he goes, "Nope!" Bang, 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 bang. He shoots 4 of them. So surely they're as fast as he is. So by the time he'd shot 2, the other 2 would have actually registered it in act, and it's that type of thing. Like for instance, the big battle, you see them flying through, one shot destroys a ship and stuff like that. Yet there's other times when they're flying and it's firing at them and it seems to be missing. They're basically as if they're being flown by stormtroopers because they can't hit anything. Yet they're androids. They're meant to have all this ability, and it annoys me. And it's a case of it's a really, really good program, but these silly things. Either have them, you see the parts where they're shooting, they walk in and go bang, 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 and 4 people die. And then the next time they walk in and they fire and they miss. Really? It's that type of thing. It's the writers are actually turning around and saying, right, we need them to miss. We just need it to look. And it's no, you either have it one or the other. They're either targeting is good or bad. You can't have it splitting backwards and forwards. It's that wee bits like that annoy me. Although I really like the program. I know I'm a pain when it comes down to things like that.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you've got. We know we've got to suspend disbelief in anything
Yes.
like this.
Yeah.
And it's a question of, can you suspend disbelief? Is the story and rest of it good enough for you to ignore the things that that are clearly extremely unlikely?
Yeah. See, the thing is, I can enjoy
Yeah.
the characters, but it's when they're inconsistent is the parts I don't like. Like, for instance, Yafford being a ball of jelly would have been fine, but with the episode where Mercer runs through him, annoyed me. The bit where they nicked a bit of Yafford and fed it to Bortus annoyed me. Same idea.
They
And
yeah.
it's the bits like that. So you're either it's an entity, or is it an entity that can be separated and it doesn't get affected by other things? So like, if somebody's firing a projectile at it, does it matter? Because
Well,
you see what I mean?
I did notice. I think they seemed they season 1 was very definitely trying to be an
Humorous.
ironic
It was they
comedy
were wanting to be a spoof of Star
spoof,
Trek.
and then season 2, then they got into the point where season 2 they got into, okay, now that's okay. We're
Yeah.
in our stride now, and they cut down
Yeah.
the spoof.
See, they
and
started that halfway through. I would say season 1, where you saw the humor sort of still being there, but it was less ha funny funny. It was more a humor as in the way people talk to each other. So it was humorous situations, and I could
yeah,
understand that.
yeah.
Like for instance, with the beginning where he's sitting there with a drink, he's saying it's 9 o'clock, and he's flying and go, oh, and he nearly crashes, and oh sorry, and it's that's the parody of it, and then the other one where John, the other one, the other pilot, and he'd say, "Oh, the last captain let us have drinks." It's things like that. You're sitting there thinking, they're building this up as a military thing, and then they do silly things. As a
Yeah.
spoof, it works. So they dropped those silly parts. They still had the humour, but they get rid of the silliness of the humour, and that was okay as they were going because they realised they had a stride. They didn't need to do that.
I think they put
But
the
as John says, it all depends on the improbability of the situation. And yes, we always need to stretch. However, it's just there's
like,
certain parts like Bortus. The only thing that annoys us about the Motlin is Geologia. It really annoys me
yeah,
because
that's
that
yeah.
is just it's farcical. It's too farcical.
It
So
was it was done as a spoof on Vulcan Pond Far.
yes,
Vulcan Pond
exactly.
Far has a logic and you can see it. Not
Yes.
being able to, unless you've got an extremely efficient digestive system.
Yeah, and the fact is,
Only going
he's saying he can eat
to eat once
anything and
it's enough.
anything and
Yeah,
everything and drink everything, and you see him drinking, so it's not like a case of he's got an internal um, circulatory system which he doesn't need fluids in because it just circulates all the time.
yeah. I mean, if
But
there's
he's
if
drinking stuff in, so effectively, if he's only going once a year,
yeah,
he's not as if he's like a blob and getting bigger and bigger and bigger
Mm.
and waiting. That's the part. It's things like that. Just
yeah. I mean, it
mm,
is. If he's got an extremely efficient digestive system, that say 99.9% of all of what they eat and drink is actually turned into energy and stored efficiently so they don't get fat, then yeah, okay. Yeah, you can see that. But
yeah, but it's the liquid
that's not
part,
that way.
and that's the part. Oh, Wendy's actually changed to a
Ooh,
scary
yeah.
picture. Urgh.
I'm just entertaining myself here.
Yep. Oh, I saw something today, Wendy, and I was thinking of you when I was at the Comic Con. There was a load
Oh,
of
go on.
figures, and there was a Nightmare Before Christmas figure. So it
Oh,
was.
lovely.
It was. Is it Sarah?
Yeah.
And it was this Sarah figure just standing there.
Oh, that sounds lovely. How big was it?
It was probably about 6 centimeters. So it was a statue type. Right, I'll show
Hmm.
you one of my picks of the week, and it will give you an idea of the type of figure it is. So I'm going to
Okay.
show you one of this. Is I picked this up today at the Comic Con, and it will give you an idea of the type of figure. So it wasn't a posable figure; it was just a small statuette figure. And I picked this up.
Hmm.
I picked this up at the Comic Con. Look at that. Say hello to my little friend.
Oh my goodness,
Yep.
that is awesome. But that's the type of figure it was of
It's that type of figure. So it was basically it was
Sarah.
a small statuette
Well, she's
with
also
that.
playing a guitar, is she?
You got a problem, eh?
Say
I
hello to
love
my
them,
little friend.
Montana.
And
That's
I'm
brilliant.
literally going to take this out of the box right now because I'm taking it out of
Oh,
the
you're gonna
box.
take it out of the box?
It's not getting kept in the box. This there it is. It's going to go up my shelf because the figure is just such a cool
I
figure.
absolutely love that film.
Yeah, it is definitely a
Gino is so good in
film and
that.
a half. I actually picked it. I picked
Say
up a
hello
load
to
on
my
Blu-ray.
little friend.
Yeah. So there it's there.
Hey, Carol Jude.
Oh, so this is actually going to be fun to take out. Oh,
Oh, that is
it's
so
clipped
cool.
in. Look at that. It's clipped in. I
That
need
is
to actually
great. Yeah,
unclip.
that's the scene.
Yeah.
I'm
That looks
sorry.
like the scene where he towards the end of the film.
He looks
Yeah.
even more like Patrick Troughton than he did in the box.
Yeah. See,
It's the haircut that does it, but he so looks like Patrick Troughton.
yeah. See, the thing is, I nearly picked up a Patrick Troughton one. They had one from the Two Doctors, but they only had there was three figures. There was a Centauran. There was the grey-haired second Doctor, but it had Perry, and I thought, no, I want Jamie. But see if they had had that, and they had had Colin, and Jamie and maybe another Santana. I would have bought both boxes, so I could
Yeah.
have had two of them together. However,
Mhm.
they only had the one box, and I didn't want to buy one box.
Just don't tell the rabbi that you rejected a chance to buy a Perry.
That's more for him. More for him then.
Yeah, yeah, Lord
That is
Familiar,
absolutely
brilliant.
stunning.
So that's a title figure. I think it was about the size of that, maybe a bit smaller. Was a Nightmare Before Christmas, but it's that. So it was
He's actually shooting the grenade launcher, isn't he?
Yep.
Not
That's
the-
the bit
not
where he
the-
just before the.
Don't know. I
Yeah.
don't think I've ever seen the film.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm looking at it. But that explains that odd position. He's using the grenade launcher rather than the rifle.
Yeah. Oh, the
Yep.
film is well worth it, Colin. If you
It's
get a chance to
definitely-
see it, it's a real classic of the genre.
Yeah, and I've got a love hate with gangster movies or crime movies
Yeah.
because I never like, for instance, Breaking Bad. The only reason I remember it is because they were talking about it in Friday Night Tights last night, and they were saying how it was one of the best things on. It's been on for a while, and I'm sitting there thinking Breaking Bad to me was mind-numbingly bad because
Mhm.
I could not. They were saying it was a character study, so I could understand why they enjoyed it, going from Walter White to Heisenberg.
I got the impression it was a character piece. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah. I've heard nothing but good things about it, but I think
everybody
it's very
kept telling me,
individual.
keep watching it. It
Yeah.
gets better. It gets better. But see, by the end of it, when they all get killed, I'm sitting there going, "Thank Christ." So I did not get invested in any of the characters because
Yeah.
I've got the love hate with criminal characters. So like the Craze, I hate that movie. I hated the Great Train Robbery because it's when they try and make the criminals almost like, look at these guys, isn't it? So I can have ones that where the characters are made up criminals and have a good
Mhm.
laugh because you know it's just a movie trope. I'm okay with that. But it's when they actually have ones that they try and get these guys to and the good old boys and stuff like that. And I don't like those ones, so I've got a love hate. Whereas things like Scarface, because they don't present him in a way you're meant to love. Yeah, I mean, he's not meant to be a character you look up to or you think is this a really
No.
good character. It's just a nasty character, and at the end he gets it, and you're okay with that because it's he gets it, and it's
Yeah.
that
Well,
type
you
of thing.
see
I
him.
don't.
You see him come up through
Yeah,
through
yeah,
the
but
ranks,
that's what
don't
I'm
you?
saying. You see the nastiness, so it's not a case of this is a character you're meant to look up to. Whereas a lot of these
Yeah.
ones, they put like the Sopranos, I never liked
Kind of
Sopranos forever,
romanticize
but
the
yes, you're
yeah.
romanticizing it and stuff like that. Like the Craze is another one, and they had the one Buster with Phil
Phil
Collins.
Collins.
Yeah, and that was romanticizing it to make.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there thinking, no, a guy actually died based on their robbery, and you're sitting there thinking, no, I don't want to romanticize this guy. And
I
he's
don't
a
want to view him as a hero. Yeah.
yes,
Wait,
exactly.
Yeah.
So I've got a love hate with movies like that.
Yeah.
And,
What did you think of Goodfellas? Because that's another favorite of mine, and it's got one of my favorite actors in it, Paul Sorvino.
Right, look at that. That's all DVDs for next week. And look what I picked up. Where is it?
Ah, got
Where
those
is it?
Goodfellas in there somewhere.
Goodfellas Part 3.
Part 3.
Goodfellas Part 2.
No, that's The Godfather.
Is that the Godfellas? Oh, I've got Goodfellas.
Yeah, I was going to
as
say Goodfellas is just one, I think.
Yeah.
well. No,
But I'm not
sorry.
great with
Wrong-
sequels, so
wrong-
you never know. But Goodfellas is the one with De Niro, Ray Liotta, who just recently
Wrong
passed.
file,
bless
wrong
him.
file.
That's
Now
it.
you can clip that as well, just so Alex isn't the only person being embarrassed.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's wrong pile. Basically, Goodfellas. I've got that one. And
Yeah,
I do
brilliant.
enjoy it, but the main reason I enjoy it is Joe Pesci.
Oh,
it's
Joe
like-
Pesci is
Like a psycho in it.
he's
It's like-
brilliant. They're all good, but Pesci
Yeah.
really steals that film.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry, I got a brain farted. A brain fart.
Yeah.
I was on the
Good,
Father's
good, yeah.
the Nerd Fathers stream last night,
Goodfellas, Godfather. I can understand the confusion.
Yeah.
Especially similar moves. Things like Breaking Bad. When you see people, it strikes me as a little bit ironic. You see people going that going on about something like Breaking Bad,
Yeah.
where they are romantic when they're making the hero is the villain.
Yeah.
And yet, some of the same people are the ones who complain that Disney and the like are Disney Marvel are making their heroes act more like villains.
Yes.
So so if it's bad when Disney does it, why is it good when? Why is it okay when Breaking
See,
Bad does it?
whereas I'm quite a lot across that board
Yeah.
that I don't like. It's the same as like sometimes like I've got The Punisher is one of the movies I've picked up, and I like The Punisher, but normally I don't like the darker characters. I
No,
like my superheroes like to be light. So, like for instance, The Boys. I started watching The Boys, and after the first episode, I went, "Nope, not for me," because I don't want my heroes to be tarnished.
Do you
And
know,
yeah, I
it's
understood the
interesting.
premise of it.
Yeah, I started watching The Boys and I liked it at first and I thought it was quite different. But I kind of had the same reaction you did, PJ. Probably took me a little longer to come to that point, but I was kind of like, nah,
Yeah.
I'll stick with, having heroes that are there to show you something to look up to. Even though I like the realism of it, I like the
Yes,
side, the sort of concept, but it
I
didn't really
like
like
the
hold me.
idea of it, but as soon as I watched it, I thought, no. I understood what they were doing. They were saying if you live in a world where there were superheroes and they were treated like celebrities, basically they were having a go at Hollywood and the celebrity life, saying that there's all these
Yeah.
Hollywood stars and how nice they are, but in reality they're all a bunch of nutcase weirdo perverts, and that's where it is. And so it's like they're showing the Amber Turd of the superhero world. No matter how good your publicity is, in the background you're still a nasty piece. But it just didn't work for me, and that's the part I'm sitting there going, yeah, I love anything Carla Bain's in. I can't help myself. But that's why I watched it, and I just went, nope. And the fact that after the first episode I couldn't watch something he was in showed me that it just was not for me. And no matter what anybody says, normally I give things three episodes. First one's usually setting up the premise. Second one's introducing the characters properly, and the third one is putting the characters in a situation. That's usually how TV shows go. The first three episodes
yeah,
are the setup. So I normally give it three. So after three, either I love it or I hate it, or it's I can watch it. It's not a major issue. However, I could not even give that any more than one because the premise just went nope to me, and it didn't matter how else they go. It's worked the opposite. I remember watching the Almighty Johnsons. After the third episode, I thought, nah, not for me. Love the premise, but it just didn't seem to sit. Yet my friend says to me, she says, watch it till episode 5 where Thor comes in. And I sat and watched the episode 4, and I thought, still no getting it. And then episode 5, and they introduced Thor, and I fell in love with it. Absolutely fantastic. And I bought the DVD box set, and I love it. It is absolutely amazing. And I've met a couple of the cast, and they were talking about Keisha. It was in it. She played Freya, and she was just saying how they loved it. And then she was talking about the guy who played Thor and how he just loved playing that type of character. And she was just talking about all the different people and how they enjoyed what they were doing. And I thought that was quite good. But after the fifth episode, so though it took an extra couple of episodes for me to get into it, and it was only because my friend, who I know her taste in TV and things like that, so I trusted it. I watched the couple of episodes,
what was
fell
that?
in love with it. The Almighty Johnstons.
Oh, what? I missed one.
I've heard of that. The Almighty
It's
Johnsons. Yeah.
only 3 seasons.
Mm.
It's a New Zealand
Mhm.
production, and it is absolutely stunningly fantastic.
Mm.
It's about what would happen if the Norse gods had come to Earth and they
Ah,
reproduced, and they basically are reborn into the next generation,
Oh,
but their
right.
powers are
Mhm.
getting less and less and less, and they move away from Europe. Hence the reason why they're in New Zealand,
Oh, right. Mm.
and they bump into other gods who have done the same thing. So you've got the Maori gods, and it's absolutely the Maori god part is absolutely amazing because you've got the young Maori god who's the chief god. So you've got the young Norse god Odin, who's the youngest brother of the Johnsons, the family, and
Mhm.
they meet the Maori gods, and the youngest guy there is the chief Maori god, but he's an absolute tool. And you see all the older guys who are lesser gods sort of giving it the every time he opens his mouth and stuff like that. It's because they have to follow him because he's the and it's just it's humorous. There is a couple of bits. I said to my father-in-law, I would have recommended it, but there was a couple of bits. They've sort of did it deliberately, I think, to make it not a kids program. So there's a couple of episodes where it's heavily sexualized.
Mhm.
Those parts, I think they just went over the top with it. The only reason I noticed it, I was sitting watching it with my daughter, and the episode came on, and I went, "I'll watch this later." Walked out. Because I just didn't expect it because it didn't need it. But for some reason, it's like watching Fatal Attraction. Fatal Attraction, you needed that with the sex and stuff like that because it showed the relationship between Meryl Streep and Kirk Douglas. So it showed
Mhm.
the intensity and how he basically just, and then she just went nuts. But you needed that to show the relationship, so that was okay. But in this, you've got a similar thing, but a lot more humorous. It's not as sci-fi, but to me, it didn't need it. It didn't need as much, but the program is an absolutely fantastic program. I've watched it
Mhm.
numerous times, and they finished it in season 3. What they did was they left something that could have, if they decided to redo it, that they had an idea that it was only getting 3 seasons, so they came to a conclusion, but they left a breadcrumb. So if they decided to continue, they could have, but it has got a beginning, a middle, and an end, and it's fantastic.
Hmm.
The Almighty Johnsons. We
Yeah,
need
I've
to actually
definitely
even
heard
just
of
do a
it.
couple of episodes, even just individual episodes, just to see if you need to get stymied. But anybody in the chat actually ever seen the Almighty Johnsons? Eh? So I don't know if anybody's seen it.
I just
So,
pulled it up. I'll have to look and see again. I know exactly what you mean about the it's about taking 7 episodes. It gives some 7 episodes again. The only problem is you do that occasionally and you get something like the Fantastic Journey, which gets about 5 episodes and then gets cancelled
yeah,
just as you start to get into it.
yeah.
Mhm.
There is ones like
That's
that.
the
It's
thing.
a case of,
We're a bit wary of new things because of that. You
Yeah.
never know if they're going to cancel it.
yeah. And that's
Chances of.
something that's why. But there's also the aspect of it. I don't want to get into something new because it might continue, but they might ruin it.
Yeah.
Look at the Expanse. I don't normally watch stuff like that, but I heard Gary and Az and all that talking about, and Gary was pushing the Expanse. This is really, really good. I started watching it, and it was really enjoying it. And then season
Yeah.
4 started. I watched
Yeah.
5 episodes and just went switch off. Didn't care about it after that. It
Oh,
just
look who's
turned
in the
to crap,
chat.
and I did not watch any further. So the season 4, I think there's I don't know how many episodes were in season 4, but there was also a season 5. I just stopped watching it.
And a
It got
season
that bad.
6.
I just switched it off.
I'm trying to think. I think I'd read a couple of the books. I think I read the first 3 books
Yeah,
before I saw it. And then, because the first book was basically season seasons took 1.5 seasons. They took 1.5 seasons to tell the story in the first book. But then the next season and a half were books 2 and 3.
Yeah, so see, I've not read the books, but it's only because Gary was mentioning it on a couple of his programs. I started watching it and I enjoyed it. It was really, the science was in it, the characters were great. You had an Indian woman who was the president of the world, and she was fantastic. It wasn't a case of, haha, I'm female and I'm the best. It was just she had her flaws. The lady actually portrayed her as, I've seen her in other things. She's absolutely a fantastic actress. You have got gay characters and all that, but they're not. They're just, that's just part of their
Exactly.
thing. And it was fine. And then for some reason, season 4 they went click, 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 and you're sitting there thinking, ruined, absolutely ruined. All the things they put forward.
Season 4 I thought was quite boring in places. I did watch season 5, and my God, my abiding memory of season 5 is how many bloody times can they have the same scene of Naomi having to try hard to hold her breath because there's no air in that bloody part of the ship. Every half the series was just that.
Yeah.
And then
that's what I'm saying. That in season 4 it got that bad for me. I just could not watch even part of it. I just literally, after episode 5, I just thought, this is absolute junk. It was a very good program up until that point, and yet 5 episodes in, it literally just went, no. I couldn't even keep up with it just to continue. So I got to the end.
Well, I understand. I've seen it said someplace that the books do get that there's a large time jump.
There's a 30-year time jump, according to Gary. I've heard him talking about it.
The books do get, apart from they do get somewhat woken, and the last one brings it back. But I mean, and then they piss up, and then one of the actors was Me Too'd, and nothing was ever proved about anything as far as I'm aware. So
I
just killed his
remember.
character off.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
they Gina Carano'd me, which basically put me off.
And he was a good character as well. He was quite a
But that's the thing is, convicted by media. So basically, somebody said it, and that's all it was matter. That's all it cared about. No, they didn't actually check to see and who said what and whatever. It's just a case of somebody says it, they're out, and that's
just panicked. Yeah.
But the problem is, it's just nuts. But yes, sorry, Jim. I've mentioned it multiple times before. And disaster area, as you can see.
Hey, Jim.
My stuff's up there.
Hey, disaster area.
I watched I must admit, I watched the first episode of season 6.
Yeah. I just couldn't. I
didn't even bother. But I completely forgot to carry on from it.
See, the thing is, I can't watch it because I can't get past season 4. So that's why nowadays I try and no watch something, and it's very rare I watch something like The Orville. The only reason I watched The Orville is because so many have been saying it had been really good, and it's the best Star Trek out there. So I started watching it, knowing fine well it could turn bad at any point. The problem is, normally what I do is I wait until it's completely finished. Then I'll listen to see what people said about the end, how it completed. I'm aware of things like
it's sometimes
that
a good
70s
option.
show will have an ending, and then they'll bring it back, and it will be a because they ended this show. Let's Babylon 5. They thought they were finishing, so they ended the show in season 4. Then they got told they were getting a 5th season, so there was a lot of.
Here we go.
God, here we go, back again. Right, so I've blocked them all there, but they're all still in the chat. It is really good. I actually blocked them in the chat this time.
Let's
as far
have a
as I can
look.
see, so it's a lot better. But like Babylon 5, so in season 5 there's a lot of silly fillers.
Yeah.
And that's the problem because of that.
And yet
that's why you've got Noah Vanova right up until the last episode in season 5. because they realised they were getting the season 5, so they basically just stopped the very last episode and put it at the end of season 5. But you've got
Yeah.
Noah Vanova up until that point.
Yeah. Well, they did. I mean, they did that because they. I mean, that's why season 4 is so very rushed. There are no breaks in and certainly after the first 3 or 4 episodes of season 4, there are no break. There are no filler episodes. There's no fluff because they had to finish off both major storylines in one
Yep.
series. It was originally supposed to end with the episode where Sinclair gets captured. That was originally supposed to be the end of season 4.
Yeah.
So you get, so you get you get things like. I mean, I'm reasonably certain, especially having rewatched season 5 recently, that the Centauri storyline was a continuation of the Vorlon and Shadow War, and that was probably originally survived. That probably was always in it. I don't know whether the telepaths. I think the telepath bit may have been a bit rushed. I've always wondered. I've always thought it's probable that at least part of what lot of Lita, part of Lita and part of Lockley's storyline would have been Ivanova.
It was. They were meant to be.
I
They
mean,
had hinted that
if
the two of them were
Ivanova
going to
would
have a relationship, but
I mean, if Ivanova would have been the captain, obviously, once because Sheridan was no longer in Air Force, Ivanova would have been captain. I suspect my head canon, if you like, Ivanova would have been the one that had the relationship with Byron, and that would have.
I don't think Ivanova would have had the relationship with Byron. I think she would have had the relationship with Lita.
Well, no, I don't know, but yeah, I can maybe, but I think, because I suspect quite possibly that either way, but either one, Byron would have triggered her latent telepathy.
Yes, I think he would have triggered it, but I think that would have been to do with the situation between. So she would have been backing up Lita and knowing fine well she's got something. Maybe just been there to try and help a friend, and knowing fine well that she doesn't think she's susceptible, but because of that, that would have been a trigger for it, I think.
But you've also got, because you've got parts of that, and also into season 5, there are definitely the seeds of possible relationship between Lita and Zach.
Yes,
Zach's obviously got a thing for Lita. Zach's the only one that actually tries to see from her side. He's the only one that actually tries to support her. I think that would possibly been the way it would have gone.
Yeah,
it would have been Zach and Lita, which would have been
Jeff Conway. He's in 3 of my favourite things: Babylon 5, Grease, and Taxi. I liked him in all of them. He's been in obviously a load of other ones, but those 3 I think are flawless portrayals.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
but I mean,
Kaneki, he's fantastic as, and even in Taxi as it's no John. The guy that's in Taxi is the one I'm watching just now as well. The one that played Alex is in Numbers, which I'm watching at the moment.
Oh yes, yes, I remember playing him. I vaguely a Taxi.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's interesting. But I know what you said. I mean, I quite enjoyed Superman and Superman and Lois.
Aye.
The
one with Terry Hatcher and
No, not that one. The recent one.
Oh, I watched a wee bit of that, and I couldn't get into it.
Well, I mean, I found it quite. I mean, there were some bits that were interesting, and I thought they did things, and they did some things in there that they did subvert expectations in a good way. You expected it was going to be one son, and it turned out and this sort of thing. But what I thought was I was thoroughly aware when I watched it that they'd had to have a hiatus over COVID.
Hmm.
So I was really worried that it was going to come back and be woke as shit, and apparently wasn't. And season 2 wasn't either. I've heard that season 2 wasn't particularly woke either. So they carried on. So I want to try to get back into Superman and Lois as well, just to see if they did manage to keep it up. But I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. I just couldn't get into it because
Mm.
I didn't trust it. No matter what people were saying, I just couldn't trust it because
No, that's the
they're
worst
just
thing.
drawing you in.
Mm.
It's basically, to me, they're fishing.
Yeah,
You're just
bait
going
and
for the
switch.
lure until it goes doing, and that's you got,
Mm.
and then they could drag you out and skin you, and that's why
Well,
the programs I don't trust them. That's why I don't watch. I've no interest in watching Kenobi, no interest in watching Picard or
I mean,
anything like that.
I've not seen any of them. The only Star Wars Disney I watched was The Mandalorian, and I've don't know if it counts as Star Wars Disney or not. I watched some episodes of the Clone Troopers TV series, but it strikes me that I can see what they're doing, and I mean, I can actually understand Disney's point of view. Is that, I mean, for starters, all of the actors for the characters in the original films are getting on. Right.
Yes.
Sadly, we no longer even have Carrie Fisher.
Yeah.
Um,
But they had 3 movies where they could have literally had those characters as the mainstay in the first movie,
yeah,
and introducing other characters,
exactly.
and then
Yes.
the next one, it's a 50-50 split, and then the
Yeah.
third one, the 3 main characters are in the background.
Yeah, exactly. And you launch.
But they blew it.
Yeah,
Then
and
they
they
blew
could.
it, I know.
I mean, it seems they could have done the same. I think from what I've heard so far of Kenobi, of Obi-Wan Kenobi. You start off, okay, so you've got this, and you have kind of, okay, so I mean, you've got a different situation that Ewan McGregor is still young enough to be active, but I don't know if he would be interested even in an ongoing, continuing series. I don't know, but from what I understand, it's actually young Leia. It's actually baby Leia.
Yeah, and
and her side.
if it's about Obi-Wan, why is he going off planet? He's meant to
Exactly.
be looking after
I mean,
Luke.
I can
Organa
understand.
has actually got she's a princess, which means her parents have got power and influence
Yeah,
to protect her. So
yeah. I mean,
it makes no sense in that respect. But that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, it's like been the same. It's okay. So you want to spend these? I can understand that. They Disney've got the IP. They want to bring in their characters, and okay. I mean,
You cut out there.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Even if they want to bring in their wokey characters, yuck. But
Jim.
Okay, if you want to. Jimmy, you are joining us.
Yes. Did you get your heating fixed then? Know that you need heat at the moment.
I don't know.
We can sit out in the garden celebrating the Queen's Jubilee.
Yeah, but I mean, I think what they should. I mean, even if they want to do that, okay, they're not going to get medicators, but you do this. You do exactly what you said. You do this, and you have your Obi-Wan series. Mm-hmm. You have Obi-Wan, and he's looking over Luke, and you bring in Darth Reeve or whatever the hell her name is as a reasonable character, and if you want to, you find some arrangement where, I don't know, maybe the Organas, where they do something so that you do an intelligent way to bring in baby Leia, and then you go off, and then you do that, you do a good, and then you spin Leia off on her own series if that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
You spin the Inquisitor off if that's what you want to do, and if you want to do something,
you know why they had Obi-Wan going off planet to help Leia, don't you? Because of one line, and it's "Help me, Obi-Wan, you're my last hope," as implying that she'd already met him.
I haven't seen the show, but I would agree that okay, that's a fair play. You're trying to expand, but it is still the same old crappy recipe that we see from
Yes,
Disney
exactly.
over and over again. Here's your superhero character, the one you fell in love with, be it female or male or whatnot, and they're immediately pushed to the background.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's not only that. It's rather than say, okay, we've got these characters, well-loved characters. We'll take them and we'll use those as a launching point for our characters. No, it's okay. Well, these characters, white, straight, male, white, they have to be crushed. They have to be
and that's what it is.
completely
They have to
obliterated.
actually be destroyed.
Yes.
You
Rather than
bring
build on them.
we'll build up these new characters by destroying the old ones. Yes, so all the fans of the old ones, you've just went bye,
Yeah. And so
and
you're
that's
saying,
the problem.
so you're
And
saying, yeah, I mean, it's like you. I mean, I can't do it. This it doesn't logically work because even if you're saying, look, our new characters are better than the old characters, okay, but that's fine. But as if you're doing an Einstein and standing on the shoulders of giants, you're going to be that much higher. But if what you'll do, if instead of doing that, if you're saying, okay, we'll push all these characters into the mud, and then our characters are going to be so much better by comparison. But your characters are now 2 inches above the mud, rather than standing 6 feet above the mud because they're on someone's shoulders.
yeah,
At the risk of horribly confused metaphors.
yeah. At one point, what they would you would see how they would treat a character as every time the character got his head above water, they would put a brick on his head and drive it down. Now, it's not water; it's a bucket of shit. They're just basically constantly just piling the bricks on. They don't want them to even surface once. They just want to drown them in shite, and that's the way I look at it. The way current things are. It's a case of they don't want fans. I don't know what it is. They want to teach us, so we have to watch what they're putting out.
Yeah.
Sorry, no. See all those old stuff I've got around my
Yeah.
thingy? I don't need new stuff. I could literally switch off YouTube, switch on my DVD, and sit and watch a different program day in day out, and I'll still not get up to 2000.
The question is, I mean, as Mecca Random put it a while ago, movies are not mandatory. We don't have to go and watch your shit.
Exactly.
It's not our job to go and support you. It's your job to make us want to go and give you our money.
There's something that's been said in the past, which I quite agree with, is people are saying, give it a chance. It's only a trailer. Yeah. And the trailer's job is to get me interested in it.
Exactly.
So if you cannot get me interested based on your trailer, why should I give it a chance?
Yeah.
They're saying it's only a trailer, you should go and see it and then make up your mind. So you're basically saying, here's my money, now show me if it's crap. Oh, it's crap. And I've already given you my money. Oh dear, how sad, never mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the problem. Whereas the trailer's meant to go, here you go, this is what's out here, come and get it. And you go, oh, that looks interesting, here's my money. You might come out going, not as good as I thought it was, or everything good is in the trailer. Because that's happened in the past, no matter how good a movie looks. We go in, watch it and go, not as good as I thought it would be, or, oh, the best bits were in the trailer, so that is it. It's the same as like Planet of the Apes. Everybody knew the ending because it was on the movie poster.
Yeah.
But how many people were surprised at it? A lot, because no matter if it was on the poster, it was an entertaining story to
And
get.
how do you get? Yeah, exactly.
And that's the difference. So, yes, people were actually going, wait a minute, how come it's only the woman who died and yet the guy survived? And then it's a case of, so it's the colour guy actually gets the operation, the other two. And they made you're saying, but the difference is the reason they did it was logical. I can understand why they killed the female off and kept the three guys, because if they were trying to imply that this was a place with no other humans because they didn't know. In
Yeah.
effect, 3 male astronauts landing, and then they're effectively going to die there if there's nobody. However, if 1 woman and 2 men, then there's going to be fighting because
Yeah.
if they're the only 3 people on the planet, something's going to actually have to give. And then you've got jealousies and stuff like that. So they thought easy way to do that. And then the bit with
That's a very different
they,
film.
they made the statue of the color guy. It's because he was unusual because all the other ones around him were white. So he was an
Yeah.
unusual. So that's why they did that. So, but people are saying, "I but." The reason they did it is because of that, and so it made sense within the context. The girl dying, it made sense out with the context why they would have done it because they didn't want to actually have the "oh, I wonder what one's getting," that
Yeah.
type of thing. So they obviously just had it guys, but they had a 4th crew member who was female and just died. So I understood the aspects of it. But
Yeah. I mean,
it was the journey to get to the bit that we already knew. So that wasn't a big surprise for us. However, unlike now, they don't surprise you either. They don't want you to be surprised. They want you to go, "Oh, that was the bit I saw." The object of
the,
a trailer is to get you interested, give you tidbits, so you go in and find the rest. You look at trailers now; they effectively tell you the story. And
them,
what's the point?
they're making TV shows that you don't watch, you listen to in the background while you're playing on your phone.
Yeah, and that's it. That's why you get every 5 or 10 minutes, you get bang.
Big
It's to go,
explosions.
"Huh?"
Yeah.
And that's all it was. It's the basically. I said the same about Doctor Who. Doctor Who to me was all flash, no bang, because every part of the story they had to interject it with something because they know they're actually, huh? Oh, aye, and back to their phone, and that's why they did it. And so, no matter how good a story was, it was designed for people who weren't paying attention, and which is
Yeah.
unfortunate because there was some. Even I'm aware that there was some stories that could have been a hell of a lot better if they didn't put in things just to grab your attention because they spent so much time sometimes grabbing your attention that if you're actually paying attention to it, you're sitting there thinking, how did he get there? How did he? You're not meant to ask those questions because you're not the person they're actually designing those scenes for.
Yeah.
They don't care if you're sitting watching it. It's the ones that aren't watching it they're trying to get to lift up from the phone. So, oh, bang,
Yeah.
crash. And it's that aspect of it. So that's why I knew it wasn't for me because I enjoy the story.
Yeah.
Hence the reason
Well,
why I
and
like the classic. And I'm okay with crappy scenery.
I mean, it's interesting because I think it's almost it seems to be changing. I mean, the big thing, of course, is that you've got, as you said, someone I don't know, what's a clownfish I was watching on someone said all of this stuff. It's 2 years old. The fact it's only just coming to our screens is irrelevant. It's 2 years old.
Yep.
And that's what the world was 2 years ago, which makes me
And
wonder if I was thinking when we talking about the Orville, if they
you cut it again, Colin. You said the Orville if, and that was all we heard.
I mean, I can't remember when the Orville came out in relation to when just STD came out, but it did. You saying that on, it did make me wonder if maybe I don't know how much it was made before it started showing. If they were affected by, look up to the Orville is Star Trek.
Yeah.
STD is not
Oh,
Star Trek. The Orville is Star Trek. So the Orville, so McFarlane thinks, shit.
yeah. And I still think
Um,
somebody in that writer's room didn't like what they were writing, and that's why they called it Star Trek Discovery.
mm,
Somebody had suggested Star Trek Discovery, and the people who the powers that be not realizing that Star Trek always gets cut down
they
to
had
a
they had
three-letter
no idea.
acronym. apart from Voyager and Enterprise,
How
they're
did
the
you
two.
not like realize that was gonna
They-
sound?
I
it's-
don't think they actually realised that
No,
people
they didn't.
call Star Trek the original as TOS
No, they
or
didn't.
TNG or DS9. Even Voyager and Enterprise,
yeah,
it's
but-
if you see STVO boy, we all know
yeah,
what it means.
yeah, and yeah.
Yeah, and then but this one, somebody's actually suggested that why don't we call the ship Discovery? Yeah, and then
Yeah.
somebody's sitting there in the background going, "I know what this is going to be called,"
Yeah,
and
mean,
they
they
just let it. And
I'm sure it shows then you absolutely nothing about Star Trek.
Mhm.
But I mean, I do wonder if you do this and the oral comes out and it's supposed to be. I mean, as I understand it, Seth MacFarlane wanted to do Star Trek and wasn't allowed to, so
Yep.
he then decided it to. So he did his parody, and then his parody comes out, and he's suddenly getting reviews saying this is real Star Trek. So I wonder what
Mhm.
point did that affect them to change their direction? Okay, well, okay, we're going to make it certainly for season 2. We're going to make it more serious, and we're going to move away from the spoofish degree.
yeah, but
Probably yes.
but it's true.
It's exactly what you did. If you watch the first season of McFarlane's Orville, that is Star Trek through and through. It's absolutely Star Trek in every essence, every aspect, everything. And the only thing you
do you know
compare
what
it
to me?
is STD.
Do you know what to me? It is Star Trek's influence. But do you know what else? To me, it is like somebody's taken a TV show and a movie, combined them, and got the Orville. Can you imagine what the TV show and the movie are?
I'm suspecting Tim Allen might be involved in the movie.
Yes, to me, that's what it looks like. It looks
Yeah,
like somebody
definitely.
says, because
Well, Tim
that is a
Allen's
homage
Galaxy
to
Quest is the
yeah,
ultimate homage
yeah,
to
exactly.
anyone loving sci-fi.
It
Yes,
Not
is.
Star
exactly.
Trek alone,
It's basically
anything
it's right across
sci-fi.
the board. It's Stargate. It's everything. It's all the sci-fi shows.
Yeah.
It is a homage to all of them. But I think someone's went, why don't we actually take Galaxy Quest and be very specific for Star Trek: The Original Series? And that's what it looks like. Galaxy Quest has had a romantic liaison with Star Trek: The Original Series, and
Yeah.
the Orville was born. And
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the Orville. As I said, there's certain characters annoy me because like me, but the exact same happens in other shows.
Oh
Like
yeah.
for instance, the Gorn in the original Star Trek. I nearly picked up a Gorn today. There was a Gorn. See the Funko when the Funko you've got the Star Trek Funkos, haven't you?
I haven't got any Trek Funkos. No.
I thought you had 2 of them. Did you not have the Can and it was it who was it? I saw
I've got the I've got the Mego
the Migo,
art.
not Funko. Sorry, Migo. The
Can.
Migo ones. The Migo ones.
Yeah.
I saw the Migo Gone, and I nearly picked it up. But remember how B&M were selling them for £12? In the Comic Con, they were selling them for 24, double the price.
Yeah. Well,
And
they
even I went, I loved
kind
it.
of
The
see
Gone
you
looked
come in
great.
there.
Yeah, the Gone looked great. However, in the original show, the Gone, and it was sort of, and you're sitting there thinking, the way they're talking about it, is this meant to be a space-faring creature? It has technology because it understood what the communicator was. So it's not as if it's just a big monster. So, but they portrayed it in one way, but they're talking about it in a different way. So they're portraying it as a mindless monster just out to kill with a big stick. Oh, but they're basically implying it's an intelligent creature. Basically, is a spacefaring one, more than likely because of the way they were talking about it. It's that type of thing when they actually are inconsistent. And I'm aware that it's no juice programs I don't like are inconsistent.
Oh,
Programs I do like are inconsistent, and I'm okay with it to an extent, but it still annoys me with wee silly bits.
it's because you love these programs so much that you tend to notice little things. But
Yeah.
I actually read. I think I actually read Frederick Brown's Arena, which is the short story the Gorn episode is based on, without realizing it was the Gorn episode. Because I've seen it, and I don't think I actually made the connection.
Oh, you
Episode.
dropped out again, Colin.
For fuck's sake. I said I didn't know. I read the original short story Arena
Mhm.
without realizing that that's what the Gorn episode was based on.
Yeah.
And until it was pointed out, so I saw it pointed out to someone. Oh yes, of course, because it's quite a good short story. I'm not. Well, I actually have to check see if Frederick Brown actually did the screenplay for that one or anything.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that one, but that's what I'm saying. So I am aware of like the Orville. The characters annoy me because, like for instance, the path not taken, the final episode in the Orville season 2. That's the one where Kelly has been the episode before was Kelly was brought forward and then sent back with her mind wipe, but it hadn't taken, so she turned down going out with Ed, and because of that, she didn't feel as guilty enough to get him the promotion, which means he was on the ship with Isaac, which means the doctor was on the ship with Isaac, which means the kids were on the ship with Isaac, which means that they changed his mind. So in effect, all that didn't happen, and this is her getting the team back together, even though they didn't really know each other, as it were.
I must admit, I didn't see the second part of season 2, so I need to catch
You
up
need
on
to
that.
watch it. It's really good
Yeah.
because
Oh,
what
yeah.
they've done is they have so the road not taken is a time travel one, and it doesn't make sense as a time travel one. The first part of it makes sense because they sent her back, and because her mind hasn't changed, she changes stuff. Oh, freaking hell! I blocked it again. Hopefully that'll take it out of. It's blocked it from the
Ah,
chat.
that's more
Oh, there
views,
we
isn't
go.
it?
Hey, Cam.
Hi, Camca. Did you bring these
Oh,
bots with
interesting.
you?
Let's see if we can zap them out of the way.
I've already basically the thing is it's already marked as if they've been deleted on the chat. I've hidden them on the StreamYard one,
Yeah,
and it
if
looks
you-
like it's done it on the
If
chat.
you click the ellipsis and report, it also disappears from your screen
Basically,
as well.
the problem is you need to do it for them individually.
Yeah,
So it
all
does.
done on my side now.
Blimey.
It's the problem.
I was just looking, and it definitely is because the episode is called Arena.
Yeah.
And it's given Frederick Brown a written story by. I didn't realise this. I mean, that Shatton and Nimoy and DeForest Kelly all got tinnitus from improperly timed special effects.
Really?
Yeah, and apparently they all suffer from the rest of their lives from Nimoy and Kelly, and Shatner still suffers from it.
Yeah. It just goes to show there's a lot of actors out there that they'll put themselves through excruciating pain and to a certain extent dangerous side effects just for the art. Yet you look at some of them now. Oh, I can't touch that because it's fishy, and you're sitting there thinking, really, what did you go into a career? It's like to me. Do you know what it's like? Series actors would say he's quite shy and he doesn't like the limelight. Then what the hell did you go into acting for? The
Because
odds of you going into acting, no, going into theatre, I
Yeah.
can understand because
Does seem a bit odd.
that's different. But if you're going on to movies and TV shows, you know what the consequences are. So if you turn around and say, "Well, he's very shy and I don't like it," then don't do it.
I can
You can
un-
understand the theatre because you can have an anonymity within the theatre, whereas in the TV show, it's not as likely. If you've got a TV hit or a movie hit, people
yeah,
know
I
who
see what you're
you
saying.
are.
Yeah.
Whereas in the theatre, even if you have a hit, a fraction of the population know who you are.
Yes, that's. I mean, I can see why, because it lets you be someone else
Yeah,
who is not that.
Mhm.
So I can see the reverse of that. Why
I
it
can
lets
understand to
you.
an extent how people
But
get
as
into
you
it. They might
say,
enjoy it, but
yeah, but
it's
it's
the
just
fact is when
yeah,
they actually get the fame,
yeah,
in effect, they've been looking for in recognition, they turn around and say, I'm dead shy and I don't like it. Then
yeah,
don't do it. I
yeah,
cannot get behind someone who just goes on about how they don't like the fame and they don't like this. Then don't go into that
yeah,
because,
yeah,
like, say for instance, we went into it, and then suddenly we turned around in 5 years' time, we hit big, and then suddenly we're giving it the well. You see, I don't like the fame and the attention it draws towards me. You cannot say you were surprised because for the last 30 years, you see how people react to
yeah,
celebrities. There's no way on earth anybody can go into it
yeah.
and say they were unprepared for it. And that's the point. It's I just do not like when, because to me that's just a falsehood.
I,
That is a falsehood that they're actually putting out as if that it's oh, I'm just a wee bit awkward and I don't know. No,
yeah,
it's like a comedian. A lot of these famous comedians they were either bipolar or they had depression. And I could understand that because people are expecting them to be funny all the time, but they don't take into account that sometimes you need a break. Stop trying to tell me a joke, go on, tell me a joke, you're really funny,
yeah,
say something funny, and all that. So you can understand they might have a depression because people expect a lot of them. But if they turn round and says, I don't like the fame, then why did you sign the contract to get yourself on Netflix to do a big show if you don't like the fame? That's the aspects of it I don't like, because if you're actually signing your name to a big movie contract for millions of dollars and you turn
yeah,
around and say, I don't like the fame, well, you liked it enough to sign the contract and you
yeah,
liked it enough to get to the point where you could sign a contract like that. But now you've made it, you don't want the attention anymore. No, that's not how it works.
Mhm.
And that's the thing. It's things like that annoy
yeah,
me, and I get annoyed quite a lot, as you can understand.
yeah.
Mhm.
So
So what have you been up to this week then, Wend?
Oh, I have had obviously a couple of days break for the Jubilee bank holiday. So I've been catching up on my Dark Shadows watch through of the original series, and I'm up to the 1897 storyline. So anybody who might be listening who follows Dark Shadows, it's a storyline where Barnabas goes back in time to save David Collins, and it's about 700 or so episodes
Oh,
in
flipping hell.
to the 1100 or so
Oh.
episodes of the original run. So I'm slowly working my way through it,
Yeah.
and it just takes you need the time to be able to sit, and put the DVDs on and really watch them. There were on YouTube, somebody had uploaded quite a few of the episodes up onto YouTube, which I was able to sort of run in the background. But then I realized that there wasn't the whole series up there. And in the US, you can watch it on Tubi for free, but you can't watch that from here. So
VPN.
yeah, I'm just not that savvy with
Yeah.
with
The
it
good
all.
thing
But
about a VPN, you can sign up for a VPN, get an app, and you can actually say, right, that country. and that's what it says.
Oh,
You
that
are
would be
sitting.
awesome. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, Darren wonderfully bought me the full coffin
Oh
set.
God.
Yeah, that's right. I
Um,
remember. Uh-huh. That
yeah,
looks
and I'm
amazing. That
going through that.
oh,
I'm kind of like savoring them. I don't want it to end, but I'm sort of going through them as and when I can devote the time to really sit and immerse into them, because I absolutely adore Jonathan Frid, who played Barnabas Collins, the vampire, and I wish I had seen it. I was probably a little bit, well, I was definitely too young, but to see it when it first went out, my parents would have been aware of it, but just discovering it all these years later is just been a real.
yeah,
It's been
I-
great to sort of get
I-
familiar with it.
I must.
Yeah.
I remember a few months ago, Blue Bonnet Hoovian did a. She's a big fan again. And
Yeah.
I started and I watched the first episode. I wasn't overgrabbed. Hold on a second. This is a Sheldon level investment in this 1,200 plus 1,200 plus episodes. It's something you really do need to get into. And I'm kind of thinking when you say coffin box set, that's in an actual coffin.
It's in a coffin-shaped box. Yeah.
You
And
mean it's
all the
small enough?
DVDs.
I was
Yeah.
imagining with that number of episodes, it's probably going to be a full size.
I'm
coffin.
all in. I'm all in on this. I am absolutely all in on this. I am absolutely loving this this series, and I'm learning so much from all of the other fans and YouTubers who are still keeping it alive. It's just a pleasure to see how many people are still so supportive of it and keeping it going. And Dan Curtis, who obviously produced the original Dark Shadows series, was also involved with Kolchak, the Night Stalker. So Dan's put his stamp on a lot of things over the years, and it seems like I as long as it's Dan Curtis created, I love it, no matter what it is.
When you send me a link to YouTube one in Discord so I'll have it in my list to watch.
Sure.
I know Big Finish has got a lot of. I've listened to some of the Big Finish audios. They did a couple of detective ones, Tony and Cassandra, which were basically 1970 style detective, and I've listened to them. I suppose now with that, actually, we're probably now allowed to actually mention the film as well, aren't we? Now that a certain star is no longer persona non grata.
Oh, well, I absolutely adore Johnny Depp, and I'm thrilled for him, obviously, at the moment, but I adore him. I love him in so much. My favorite franchise is Pirates, but I haven't seen it, but I'm not impressed with the look of the Dark Shadows film that they came up with, so I'm really not that interested in seeing it. But again, I adore Johnny, so there's things I've loved, that he's done, and there's other films like Willy Wonka. Couldn't really get there in my head for that one. But that's no fault of his. That's just the way that the movie is presented.
Yeah, accordingly, it's more like the book. However, I think
yes, correct.
Because we grew up with the Gene Wilder one.
I'm afraid I'm a bit spoiled by the one we grew up with, with
exactly.
Gene Wilder and everything. But be that as it may, I'm so loyal to the original characters of the series. I would find it really difficult to accept anybody else as Barnabas.
See, that's as well. See, like the movie, and you're saying it a different look. And I think that's where the problem is. See, if the ones who were making the TV show made the movie, it would have the same look, because it would be like On the Bus is the TV show. You have an On the Buses movie out there. You have Are You Being Served TV show. You have that. You get Dad's Army. You have that. If they had that and then they made the movie as part of that, it would work. But because somebody else, they want to make it different enough so you know it's not part of that, and that's where you get the problem with the two of them looking so different.
Yeah, well, they made two
We've been getting
Dark
hit with
Shadows
these.
feature films. They made House of Dark Shadows, I think, and Night of Dark Shadows was the other one. House of Dark Shadows is very much like the original series in many ways. Changes things up a little bit, but it's still Jonathan Frid. It's still the original cast involved back in the day.
Yeah,
So that's quite watchable, you know. But yeah, but anything like, I know they did a kind of a revival series years later. I haven't seen any of that, so I'd have to reserve judgment on that. And there's talk of there is talk of a sequel type series, so where, you know, they would be able to sort of introduce newer characters, which sounds really interesting. But
Yeah.
if they recast Barnabas, it's going to be tricky. It's going to be tricky. I can separate myself from it to some degree if it's done well, but I'm pretty fussy. I would probably be pretty hard to
Yes.
please
Yep.
when it came to that.
Talking about fussy. Now they're talking. There's the rumours that Buffy has been redone.
Oh,
Good. In that case, I hope in
I heard rumours that it's been redone for a modern age.
good.
However, see these set of figures. There was one standing there, and it was Vampire Angel, and there was a number
David
of people all
Boreanaz.
standing there going, "Oh, can afford that?" It was a lot more expensive than that because it was taller and it just looked really good. I can't deny it looked really good. I would have
Mhm.
preferred if it was Buffy or Willow, no problem.
I
But Angel
I
was
wouldn't
just
mind
a
a
side
Spike.
character. But that's the only other one I would have said yes. I would have taken biting a heartbeat. However, it was Angel. It was a Vampire Angel.
being made for current day.
And that was Angelus. Yeah.
Yes,
Being-
that was Angelus,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm saying. And it looked fantastic. And I'm sitting there thinking, you imagine that done now? But it's to me that'll be like a movie, the movie Buffy and the TV show Buffy. They'll look completely different because the TV show took the idea and made it better. If they
Mhm.
did it the other way around, you had the TV show and they wanted to make a movie. Whoever did the movie, unless it was Joss Whedon doing the movie as part and parcel of it and just did a movie, then it would be a completely different look to it, and that's where you get the problem because the people who do the movie change it because they don't want to be tied to the TV show.
Well,
And
I
that's
think
the problem.
I think if they're saying to make it for current day, excellent. That's fantastic. Because they should, in that case, they'll make it in line with current day Moors, in which case it will be Angela the vampire, and our star will be William Biff Summers. Great, we'll have a male Slayer. But we've got to. Gender swapping's all the rage.
Yes, but it's not. It'll be a new Doctor type.
Yeah. You know what? I'm at the point.
Buffy and Willow will be the lesbian couple all the way through this time, won't they?
Yeah, well, the thing is, I'm at the stage now where no matter what they try and remake now, it will be for a newer generation, and
Yeah.
it's their loss really. It's a bit like repainting the Mona Lisa.
Yeah.
Or
Because
digitally.
the modern audience can understand what it is. So let's repaint it. Let's repaint, you know, all the great works of art because the modern audience can't understand it,
Yeah,
you know, or
let's
can't relate
get
to it. It's like,
Banksy to
really?
spray paint. Let's
Really?
get Banksy to spray paint the Mona Lisa on the wall because they'll understand it now. Really?
I
See,
know.
if it was me, see,
Really? You know,
like
it should
if I
inspire.
ruled the world, if the I ruled the world type of scenario, The first thing I would do is see if somebody put graffiti in a wall. I would spray paint it white. So see all these guys are going about Banksy. Sorry, to me that's graffiti. That's all I see is graffiti. So all these people are saying Banksy's is it? Sorry, it's graffiti. I just think graffiti just be spray painted over. If I want to see an artist, I want to see somebody had art on a canvas. It's the same as like an unmade bed. Make that bed and tidy it. But it's art. No, it's not. It's an unmade bed. That's the type of thing. Modern art does not work for me. I just do not like it. I think it's a
It's very
niche.
much it's very
It's like a
much
Picasso.
down to the individual for
Yeah,
sure.
it's like a Picasso. No matter how much people want to buy a Picasso, see if I got a Picasso, I would bin it because it looks awful because it does not suit my tastes. But it's
Well,
that
and
type of
that's the
thing.
beauty of art. I mean, there's always something for someone. You know,
Exactly.
that there's so many different artists out there.
That I quite agree with that, and that's the point. When somebody tells you art is this, sorry, art is not this. Art is what you see in it. So if I see the Haybane, to me that is art. It's not the greatest art I've seen because it doesn't go, oh, that is fantastic. But I can see art in the canvas. But if somebody says there's art and I see a brick wall spray painted, that's graffiti. Doesn't mean nothing to me, and I can walk past that without even blinking. If somebody showed me a Picasso, I would walk past it without blinking because it means nothing to me. It's the same as that one. It was sold for something like 27 million. The Van Gogh. It was the sunflower. I would have walked right past that because it meant nothing to me. I want to see something happening on a canvas. I can appreciate the art that went into drawing or painting the sunflowers, and I could see the skill, but it doesn't do anything for me. Whereas Picasso just looks like somebody's giving a kid a drawing and says, "Right, shut your eyes and draw a person." There's an eye, there's an ear, there's a nose, and it's like that. And to me, so if somebody says that is art, I said, no, my grandson at 5 weeks old could probably draw better.
I like what
That's
Colin
my
put there.
opinion.
If an unmade bed is art, my bedroom must be worth $1 million.
Exactly, but that's the point. It's you getting
Absolutely.
people who get awards because this great art. What you mean you didn't make your bed and you thought I'll hand that in because I forgot to actually
got
do
it.
the homework.
That's what Amber Heard was doing. She was trying to turn Johnny Depp's bed into art.
See, to me,
Oh,
see
let's
that
not
unmade
do it.
bed. See that unmade bed. Do you know what that reminds me of? Somebody's woke up and thought, "Oh my
Oh
God,
my
I was meant to
goodness.
take a picture of my art project. I've not made my bed. Hold on, click. There you go, Professor. That's my art. I'm building it at home. Really?
Oh
Right,
dear.
bring it in and we'll display it." And you're sitting there thinking, that's
Yee.
to me, that's what it is. Somebody's actually thought,
Yikes.
I did it once at school, right? We were told to draw, we were to do a picture at home, right? And it had to have different things in it just to show different context. So what I did was the night before it was due, handed in, I thought, oh, I forgot to do it. So I just piled a load of books up in a picture that we did when we were the year before in art was up my wall. So I just basically piled a load of books beside it, and then I just drew that. And the teacher looked at it and goes, "How long did that take you? 5, 10 minutes?" He knew fine well what I'd done. To me, that's what that reminded me of. An unmade bed is somebody's. If I was the lecturer there, I was saying, "How long did that take you? What, 2 minutes to take a photo?" Really? And that's, to me, is art. Is, yes, it's subjective, but when somebody actually puts no skill into it. So yes, I can understand Banksy's got the skill with the spray cans to do the pictures, but to me, it's a different skill that doesn't bother me. And there's Alec there.
Have a quick look at link I just sent you.
Hello,
It's
Alex.
about 40 seconds long, so it shouldn't actually
Yeah. Who's taking a dump on my bed?
actually trigger anything.
Oh yes,
Well, if you'll invite Amber Heard round,
I think she's already been here while I was
exactly.
out.
Yeah, this one there, that one there is
That's a perfect example, perfect
it
Mickey take of
definitely
modern
is.
art.
Right, hold on. That one there.
For me, one of the most curious
Is it?
pieces, it's wonderful a-functionalism.
Yes, I see what you mean. Divorced from its function and seen purely as a piece of art, its structure of line and color is curiously counterpointed by the redundant vestiges of its function.
And since it has no cause, the art lies in the fact that it is here.
I love this scene.
Exquisite. Absolutely exquisite.
It would be. It would
It
be.
really does send up that whole,
It
that
does,
whole sort of
but that's what I'm
phony.
saying. See, if somebody has to explain what art is to you, then the art doesn't work for
Yeah.
you. And that's the thing. That's the way I look at art. If somebody actually has to explain it, then like if the Haywain, right? I remember the Haywain because I think it was one of the first ones I saw, and somebody says that this was done this way, and I wish I could paint like that. And it's basically it's just. But then I saw things like Picasso, and I'm thinking I can paint like that. And then I would see things like the Screamer, and then there was the one. Oh, what was it? It was the one with all the dots. It was literally made out. That somebody had actually painted it, and it was just dots of paint, and it was made up with. I think we actually got it was the Impressionists. I can't remember who did it, and it was basically it was a beach, and it was basically all done by dots. It was there was no brush strokes. It was just dots, millions of dots, all different colours to build this picture. And we were basically given a week to take a pencil drawing and create it in the same style. You imagine a bunch of 12, 13-year-olds dot 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 dot. There you go. The dots are meant to be all the same size, not a big splodge. But it's like going splash, splash, splash with the thing. It's that type of thing. You know, if you got it as homework, you got a black piece of paper and just went like that with a white brush, with a white paintbrush, so it would splash it and say, "There you go, I've done it with dots. Look," and it's a starch field, that type of thing. But the thing is, when I looked at them, I saw art, and yes, as the Master Series says, you get art for art's sake. And I think a lot of these people are pompous with their art
Yep.
because you have to understand it. And if you don't understand it, you're an intellectual failure. Sorry. I might not know art, but I know what I like. I know a famous person says
Exactly.
that, and I don't know who said it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Art is like porn. You can't define it, but you know it when you see it.
Sorry, I don't watch it. I
I'll
don't know
take
what
your
you mean.
word for that.
I'll take your word for that
I'm
one.
using that as a famous phrase.
I wouldn't know what you're talking about. I have no idea.
I actually think it is a fair comparison because in both cases you can't necessarily define it, but you know if something feels like that to you. If something feels like art to you, if something feels like porn to you, something then that's what it is to you.
Actually,
Mm-hmm.
and believe it or not, I actually know what you're talking about. It was it a Billy Connolly sketch? He was talking about the guy who was found dead in his room, and it basically they were trying to work out how he died because he was found stark naked with a bin bag over his head with a bird in the bin bag alive, and they reckoned it was asphyxiation due to overexcitedness. And they were saying if this guy died because of his porn addiction, how did he know that was his porn addiction? A bird in a black bag around his neck.
Ugh.
What did he do? Actually, was carrying the bag, and the bird flew in, and he tripped, and it fell in. And he went, "Oh, hello now. This is quite interesting." And it was Billy Connolly. I'm sure it was Billy Connolly actually did the sketch, and it was all
Sounds like
about
a
this
sketch.
guy. Just how did he know that a bird flying around inside a black bag over his head would turn him on? And you're sitting there thinking, some of these things that people actually do, how the hell did they find that out?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And it's weird as hell. But I have no understanding of any of the other aspects of it. Honestly.
I thought that was actually supposed to be a quotation by a judge or something that I don't know. I don't know what and he was. I'm sure it was a famous saying, or someone said it, a quote that it was about porn. I can't define it, but I know it when I see it. I'm sure it was.
It may well be.
Because art, I'm thinking art is the same thing. It's very difficult to define. But
well, that's
that
one that I said is a famous quote. I don't know art, but I know what I like.
Yeah. Very similar ideas.
Yeah.
Well, I must admit, on a slightly brighter note, I joked earlier on about if they remade Buffy these days, but actually,
Buddy the Vampire Slayer.
yeah, it might not be that as bad because you look at these things. I mean, you've got Netflix apparently firing a lot of people.
I still think it would take years to actually
it would, yeah, but
through.
Whoever the hell it is that owns DC and the rest of it, apparently is getting rid of a load of that. Because I'm sure I saw, I don't see it, but I thought I saw a video or something on in the feed about the guy that actually made the guy that made Joker now taking over all of DC's movies. You know, that there seems to be a move away from the woke shit, SJW shit.
See, to me, it's that this is the RTD. They basically say, we're going to move this person into this role. And then they're basically going to turn around and say, however. So RTD's brought in because he was thinking me, and it's going to Sony, but you can guarantee BBC said, however, you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do this. And there's a lot of stipulations, and I think it'll be the same across the board for these type of things. They'll bring in someone to give the impression that this is changing, but the people who make the decisions will say, however, and that's where the problem is. It's however culture.
If the people at the top, the ones that are making the decisions, are finally the ones that are saying, no, I don't care about your politics, I want to make money, then that's when we get, as long as they've got a sufficient
but it's the same again. It's a case of 99% of this stuff is not for making money. It's to make content, because it doesn't matter if it's successful or not. They need content.
Yeah,
because it's all streaming services now.
Yeah.
Movies and stuff like that you can quantify, but streaming stuff, you could tell the people that funded certain shows that it's had 4 million views. It might have been advertised, so the first 10 seconds pops up in somewhere, so every 10 seconds that somebody's watched it, there you go, that's a view. They might not have, they might have went crap and went on to the next thing, but it showed up. It's like YouTube. You imagine you have the auto on and it just flicks through the ones that were it's coming through, and you go, no, I don't like that one, and tab, but that's a view for that one. It's a view for that one. It's a view for that one as you're tabbing through.
Well, I think someone said it's the same on BBC iPlayer. You watch something for 30 seconds, something and it counts as a view.
Yeah, it's the same idea as.
And I'm cloned again.
Yeah,
sorry, Colin.
It's the same idea. Like Wendy, nobody can clone Wendy because she keeps on changing her picture. Just changed it again. I just noticed it. But it's the thing is with whatever we were talking about 2 seconds ago that my mind was went clear. Basically, I can't remember what I was talking about.
Yeah.
My mind's just went clear.
You know what it is? It says PJ. We're getting classic, not old. We're just getting classic.
Exactly.
So we
Yes.
slip on a few things.
I'm not old. I'm classic. I did get told today at the Comic Con my T-shirt was cool.
Oh,
So,
good.
yeah. Say hello to my little friend. You
Yeah,
can have
that
your
is so
mind, but I'll
cool.
have my little friend.
Say hello to my
But
little friend.
even the Stanley, MT or TM, should I say?
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's a nice sculpt. I can't
It is.
quite see the detail on the face, but it's
No, I'll take a picture and send
oh
it.
yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. He's doing it there.
Yeah, they've got
But,
his expression down well.
yeah. It does look really cool. So it does.
Yeah. That is really nice.
I might
Definitely.
I might have to watch the film so I don't keep seeing Patrick Troughton there.
Yeah, you definitely will. The
I mean,
hair
it
is
does. It
definitely
does. It
very,
looks
Yeah.
so
his hair is
Patrick
very
Troughton.
Troughton-like.
Yeah, the film is definitely worth a watch. If you enjoy that genre of
Yeah.
film, it's excellent. It's
Oh my God, here we
it's
go
a true
again.
masterpiece of the genre.
More views.
More views, exactly. Aye.
Yeah, we seem to be getting quite a few of those.
Yes, I know. Obviously, as soon as we
Mhm.
talk about highbrow things like art and stuff like that, they actually have
Right.
to come in and say,
Who
nope.
started the porn conversation then?
Yeah, I know.
Excuse me, they were going on before that.
I know.
Yeah.
And anyway,
we'll,
Thing, you know,
we'll
they
believe
don't
you.
really.
what's wrong
We'll
with
believe
porn?
you millions, wouldn't they?
I thought this was a highbrow stream. There's nothing wrong about talking about chess pieces.
Yeah, no, they seem to be very active tonight. I don't know what's
Yep.
going on.
Yeah, definitely.
Goodness gracious me.
Yes,
I am
Matthew.
Matthew.
And the last one to get zapped.
Yes. Say hello to my little
Bye.
recorder.
There we go. Hey, Matt. Thanks for joining us.
Aye.
Say
So-
hello to my little recorder.
Right. What I'm going to do, because I'm literally, I'm desperate to show my next thing, so I'm going to do this.
Pick of the week.
And the reason I did that, and I'm going to go first, there is a pile of DVDs, but that's not what I care about. I did sort of show it yesterday on the Father's stream, but this is my birthday present from my daughter.
Let's have a look. Oh my God, you got it.
Oh,
Oh,
And
fantastic.
in the back there, you can just see at the back, well, you can't, there's a biplane. So there is,
Ah,
there's Kong, he's got his hand, you can see the picture, he's got the chains that he can put on, but there's also, you see it at the back, there's a biplane as well,
yeah,
and there's
that's
the
such a
fairy
tragic
character
scene.
as well. So
Yeah.
I am so looking forward to opening this one because, and it's going to be set up like this picture down here, this one here. You can see
Yeah.
him, he's holding fairy, and the biplane is buzzing him. So
Yeah.
that's all in the box. My daughter gave me a voucher, and I saw this and I picked it up because I've been looking for it for a while,
That's
and I
lovely.
thought, perfect. Look at that. And it's
Yeah, I know
just
you'd wanted that
gorgeous.
one for a while.
Yes.
Oh,
So I
that's lovely. You
finally
going to do a
got it.
box opening for that one?
Yes,
Or?
I definitely am.
Good.
So I'm going to do my Judge Dredd and this one. I'm going to do a box opening for both of them and put them for a couple of weeks. But this was the one I bought today. That one it arrived during the week, and I've been over the moon with them. And I just could not. That Kong one, I am so desperate.
I know you
It's
wanted
going to
that
get
one.
a
quite-
box set for it, and I'm so happy. Believe it or not, today I got 40 odd DVDs, 20 for £1. I got 40.
Wow.
During the week, I got 10 for £1, and I got two loads of that as well. So I've got about 60 DVDs that I need to go through. Some of them are replacing ones that I've already got because I came across them and they're actually better. They're newer editions and they've got better extras, or the case is just better. Other ones are parts of my TV shows that I've just put in, but I've got a box there of about 20, about 30 still, and this is my wee pile for tonight.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and there's some really good ones in it.
Let's see then. Oh, Guys and Dolls.
Guys
okay.
and Dolls. There's another
Wow.
one back. Oh my God, we're getting it actually inundated. So we are. How
Dear,
the,
dear.
who's?
Right.
There's more again.
Me.
We haven't got any Warhammer 40k fans in here, have we? I don't think.
I don't know. I used to play 40k.
Because I saw some I would have got as a free Warhammer miniature, but unfortunately it's a 3D print thing. But it's actually the Queen as the God Emperor on a flying golden throne. A Midwinter Minis was made, but it's bloody hilarious. I thought, yeah, but I said, I'll get me back into painting, but unfortunately, you need a 3D printer to do it. But,
one of my friends, she still paints all the stuff. She's painted a few of my figures for my Dungeons and Dragons, but I've not got any 40k stuff left. But I do like 40k. Depends in the army, but I don't like. I like KS Space Marines, but I don't like Nurgle and stuff like that because I just like the Space Marines. I normal Space Marines don't care about. However, I like the Imperial Guard, and I like some of the specialized Imperial Guard. I had the full. I had about 200 of the ones that were dressed with the pith helmets in red. I wish I still had the pictures of my army, but same as my Bretonian army, they all went bye bye, and I have no pictures of them. This is another one I picked up. Fun with Dick and Jane.
I remember that title, but who was in that?
Jim Carrey.
Oh, it's a Jim Carrey one.
Yeah,
Oh,
and I can't remember ever seeing this one.
No.
Wasn't it actually? Didn't Dick Van Dyke have a show called that?
No, it was it's a remake of an original film.
I was going to say it was Dick Van Dyke and Jane Fonda, wasn't it, in the original?
No,
yes, that's right. They basically that was the one where the two of them are they're running out of money and they get robbed. They're involved in a bank heist, and she lies down. The guys try to drag her by the hair, and it's because she doesn't want to get up because she's lying in some of the money, and she basically hides it before the police get there because the guy was trying to take her as a hostage, but because they were desperate for money and that she had fallen on a roll of money, she basically just stayed there, and the guy was trying to drag her. I mean, she just let him pull him by the hair. If that's the one I'm thinking of, was the original.
For some reason, I was thinking it was Dick Van Dyke. Maybe it's just that he looks a bit like Dick Van Dyke, but this I'm sure I thought it was Dick Van Dyke's show or something, but no, you're not. Obviously not.
Yeah, what's this one? George Segal and Jane Fonda. Yeah, if that's Kelly and Carol, if that's the one that I'm thinking of, is the originals are always far better.
I'll give you. Yes. Do you want to know a connection, a two-part connection between George Segal and Doctor Who?
Yes.
George Segal starred in the film version of Adam Hall's Quiller Memorandum. The Quiller TV series starred, and I just had a brain fart, Michael Jaston, who of course was the Valeyard.
There you go. See,
2 degrees, 6 degrees of separation, Kevin Bacon. It's
6
2 degrees of
degrees.
Doctor Who. 2
Yeah.
degrees of Doctor Who. Yeah.
I did pick this one up today. It's a new one. It's Kong, but because I needed to actually, I was picking up 40 for £2. I thought I might as well pick that one up as well.
That's the one with
Samuel
Captain
Jackson.
Charisma, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the one with the white stripes. I call them because of the Tomorrow War, because the creatures in that reminded me of the white spikes, or the white spikes
I
reminded me
think I've
of
seen
that.
Skull Island.
Yeah. And another one I picked up, which is an old one, but I loved it. Remember that one?
Oh,
Oh,
Death,
yes.
Death Becomes Her. Bruce Willis, Goldie Hawn, and Meryl Streep. That I quite enjoyed because Elvis is mentioned in it, and it's just obviously taken him out. And yes, he's had the treatment, but he keeps on showing himself up, basically just so people can actually identify him. So I got some really good ones, some really fantastic ones. Danny Kaye, the Inspector General. Now that's a movie and a half. I love Danny Kaye stuff,
oh yeah. Mm.
and the Inspector General has been on my wish list for a wee while. So I managed to get that for 5p. Yay! Right, and I'm waiting for the tune for this one. As soon as it appears, I need to hear the tune.
Oh, I remember that.
No, never saw it.
Oh,
Dog
classic.
Canyon and the Three Muskehounds.
That is a classic.
Yep. So the complete collection. Sorry, tell a lie. Based on the classic story, 9 swashbuckling episodes. So there's only 9 episodes in this, but I still could not resist it. Like Dog Canyon. Anybody remember watching that?
Yeah.
I love Dog Canyon. I loved it. It was just one of those shows that I still remember the tune. It's Muskehounds are always ready, and it's just one of those things that I just remember. I can't help myself. But fantastic. And has anybody ever seen this one?
Yes.
Chopper.
Yep.
I was recommended this about 5 years ago. Somebody recommended this to me, and I thought, it's one of the criminal ones. But it's not as violent as I was expecting. And it is funny. It is violent, but it is humorous, quite
Can I-
humorous, because it's based on a true story.
Hmm.
So
Can I
it
just
is,
say something? Eric Bana was a sketch comedian before he took on that role, and he dived straight into it and made it his own.
yeah,
It was that film that launched him.
yeah, but it is. If I remember right, it was really funny. So I picked that one up as well.
That's the one I think it is. I'm sure I saw that being discussed somewhere recently, and they were saying very violent, but they don't know how much of it's actually true because most of it is actually based on the guy's own statement, what he said he did. So how much of that is true and how much of that is him saying he did something he didn't do, they don't know. I think that's the film they're talking about.
Yeah, and how about that one? Seen that one? It's another gangster
Not all
flick.
of it.
Don't think I've even
Guns,
heard of it.
Girls, and Geezers. Guy Ritchie returns to diamond form. The Guy Ritchie movie. It's actually okay. It's not the greatest, but it is actually okay. I've seen this a number of times, and it's for a gangster movie. It's a typical gangster movie, and it's just a fun. You can sit back and watch it. It's no something you need to actually pay too close attention. And for a gangster movie, that's what you want. And a nice war movie. The Big Red One.
Oh yes, Mark Hamill's in that.
Yeah, he is. That's right. He plays one of the privates.
I remember that. I remember watching that back in the day. Yeah.
Lee Marvin, Mark Hamill, Robert Carradine, Bobby De Cisco, Kelly Ward, Siegfried Runch and Stephanie Audrin. But I remember this one. I remember it's been years since I've seen it, but I do remember it. And Lee Marvin is just so powerful in this one. It's just, I think this is one of the ones that made him more of a meme, I suppose, because anytime you think of a tough guy, American soldier, Lee Marvin's always one that pops into your head, and it's because of movies like that one. And I got another criminal one. So as you can imagine, there's a load of criminal ones in here. And how about that one?
Oh yes.
The Lavender
Yeah.
Hill Mob.
Oh yes.
This is the
Oh, I've heard
original,
of that.
not the remake. The remake was pants. This was
They never
fantastic.
did a remake.
Eh?
They never did a remake of it. They did a remake of the Lady Killers, but not Lavender
Was
Hill.
it the Lady Killers?
Yeah.
I sort of did. It was the Lady Killers, but do you know I had this years back, and it was a double bill: Lavender Hill Mob and the Lady Killers. Maybe that's where I'm getting the two of them mixed up, but and I lost
Actually,
it. I don't know where it went, but that Lavender. I'm sure they did another Lavender Hill Mob.
no, they didn't. No. But I've actually visited the locations where the film it was made.
Yeah. I don't know where I'm getting that from, but something is in my head that they did a remake of it. But I know they did the Lady Killers, and that was absolute junk. You remember that one?
Yes, they got a sequel coming out soon.
God, I ain't
Hocus
watching that.
Pocus.
Yes. I loved that. I thought that was just absolutely fun. The three of them in it, and I mean, Bette Midler, Sarah Jessica Parker, and Catherine Nagini. And I remember her from the
Sister
Nun
Act.
one, Sister Act.
Yeah, Sister Act.
She
She's
was
wonderful,
hilarious.
Catherine Najimy. Yeah.
The three of them are actually. I think Bette Midler is one of her best. I think the other one, the Bette Midler one, was Ruthless People with Danny DeVito and Judd Reinhold.
Yeah, she's
I really like. I think there's a
Oh,
few
that's the
Bette
kidnapping one.
Midlers.
Isn't it?
Yeah, that's the kidnapping one. Yes.
Yeah.
And I thought that was this one and the Judge Reinhold, the Ruthless People. I think are two of Bette Midler's greatest comedies, because she just threw herself into this one. She just looks as if she's having fun playing over the top evil witch. And my last one, I did pick this up before, but I picked up a better copy.
Oh yes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, nice.
Fantastic car chase in it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And considering I lost my hat, this is the best. This is as I can get my pork pie hat back.
Apparently, there is a Lavender Hill Mob movie in production, but that's all I can tell you because there's no
Maybe
further
that's
detail.
where I've heard
Yeah.
it. Maybe that's where I've heard it.
Doesn't
And I
even
just
say,
assume.
doesn't say anything about what it is. It just says in production. So
Yeah. Maybe that's where I've heard it, and I've actually just this, and I've just clicked it with the Lady Killers, and I've but
mm,
I knew there was some. I knew I had heard something about there was a second movie, but there you go.
All I can say about the Ealing comedies and that, it is very hard to remake them for a modern day audience. And I think they should never be remade because they belong to an era where films were actually films.
Yeah, it's the same as Whiskey Galore. They remade Whiskey Galore, and Whiskey Galore, the original, was of its time. It was set in a time, whereas Whiskey Galore, the remake, they made it more comical because people couldn't understand about when it was made, about taxmen coming in to tax your alcohol, and the a boat thing, mate, and the whole bit of town, a small island, everybody in the town knew about it, but it was one of those things. But the remake of it was just pants, even though it had some great people in it. Gregor Fisher, Rab C. Nesbitt himself in it. But it's just one of those things. But that's my current collection at the moment. I'm not doing anymore.
Can I share a clip with you about Whiskey Galore? The Far,
Yeah.
the TV series, The Far Show, did an absolutely brilliant, piss take on it. If you've seen it, right, here we go.
And on Sunday night in our Scottish cinema season, when a ship is wrecked off the coast of a remote Scottish island, the lives of the villagers are turned upside down. A comedy to warm the cockles of your heart. A remake of the classic Whiskey Galore from the makers of Trainspotting.
Whatever is it, Hamish? It's heroin. Tons of the stuff. Whatever will we do with it all?
Gordon Jackson and Robert Carlyle from Galore.
Oh my God.
Never again.
And apparently that got banned.
I'm no surprised.
Yeah.
I
I
like the Fast Show, but
Yeah.
when they actually take the mickey out of such a great movie.
I know, but the thing is that got banned. But let's bring that up. It kept reminding me of that. Total bunch of nutters there, they were.
Need to talk. Look at this. Look. Right, when I'm talking about Whiskey Galore, I have got both.
Ah, right.
So I have, and I love this one. The original. This one does not stand up to it at all. It's like watching the Orvo or STD. Although this is not as bad as that.
Yeah.
It's basically it is a pale imitation of it. So I've got both of them. It's the same as Clash of the Titans. I've got both of them, and it's the same idea. Clash of the Titans original is superb. The remake is mediocre at best.
Yeah, I didn't dislike the remake. I haven't seen the sequel to that. I didn't dislike.
See, I
the
thought
remake of
it
Clash
was
of the
okay.
Titans.
It was mediocre, I think, in comparison.
But I'm sorry,
yes.
Gemma Arterton is quite attractive, but she's not Judy Balker.
Mm-hmm. Right, so
it's a very different take on the story as well.
That was my pick of the week, and I was so happy, especially with my little friend, my com, and my DVD haul. So that was mine. Anybody else get anything fun? No, thank you. Good night.
Shall I? Jim, shall I? Wendy?
Yep.
Shall I get it out? You're sitting up the top at the moment.
Go ahead, Alex.
Okay. Give me a second.
I do have one, but I've already shown a part of it.
I haven't seen it yet. All right, I won £100 on the scratch card during the week, and where it came out on that day, I thought to myself, I had to have it.
Oh, you got your Transformer.
Oh, yes.
Optimus Prime.
Oh, yes. Look at the size of it.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun to see you starting to build that.
Yep. And if I just remove...
And he goes, oops, and drops it, and it has to rebuild it.
Yeah.
You got the cannon there. And I'll just do what I can here.
See, I would put that down doing that. because knowing me, fair enough, I've got a dodgy hand. Knowing me, I would go drop, and I have to rebuild it and hope I don't think me. So I would put it down. That's just me, but
Yeah, these are so cool. And I just love that it transforms as well, after all that.
Yeah, that's quite impressive that it's
It's one thing to build it in its robot form, but the fact
Yeah.
that it completely transforms, I mean, it's a great kit.
Oh yes, worth the money, and all I can say is probably better than the bloody DeLorean. I'll tell you that.
certainly a lot cheaper than DeLorean.
No, same price actually.
What? I'm
Same
surprised
price.
you actually didn't get a DeLorean.
I can't get hold of a DeLorean because they keep selling it out.
I'm not sure what universe you're buying in, but I'm still just going like that DeLorean. I want it, but I'm just going like.
DeLorean,
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, but you go on the Lego website, you try and get ready to buy it, and it's gone within a half hour.
I like Matt's comment.
Oh yeah,
oh yeah, there is this.
They probably make that too, Matt.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's just you need to actually
Somebody's
see
made
where
one.
you need to see where the valve is held.
I wouldn't care too much about where the valve is held. I would just go and say, that's Megan Fox. You're probably going to pay more for her than all the other toys.
Put together.
Yes.
Yeah, that came out really well. That is really really cool, that kit.
Yeah, you got a lighting kit that's coming up soon, and I don't know if I should get the light to light it up or anything like that.
That could be cool.
Just put a big 60-watt bulb right in its chest. It'll not melt around it at all, honest.
Yeah, funny enough about the chest. Yes, you have got the matrix of leadership, which has now fallen out.
Matthew's going to buy a lottery ticket tomorrow, and I don't blame him. I'm thinking about it myself.
No, I won money on the scratch card.
I don't want £100. I want 184 million. That should be. I was at the Comic-Con, and my father-in-law was with us, and I was looking at stuff, and there's this woman with her son. And her son is in his 20s, so it's not as if he was a kid. And I basically said, "Excuse me." She says, "In you come, son. I'm only here with him." And my father-in-law says, "And I'm only here with him." And then she says, "The problem is, he's not. You'd never have enough money. No, you'd never have enough space for this stuff." And I turned around to her and I says, "Space is not the issue. Money's the issue. If we had the money, we would buy everything we want, and we would have space to put it down." I says, "It's nothing to do with space. It's money. Give us the money, we'll get everything." And our son just looked and went, "Mm-hmm."
Exactly. And then this is my scenario at the moment. It's like I have all these amazing things. I have my Ming, waiting for the applause. But
Look at that. You mentioned Ming, and look what happens.
Exactly. I do have my Ming, and I would love to be able to have a backdrop behind me, where there's like a storage shelf, so I can do because they have articulating body parts and everything, so you can make an awesome like action scene. I'm just going, it's like, okay, I had to buy IKEA furniture to then put it behind me, and then I need to put lighting so that everybody can see it. And yes, so money is part of it, but I already have it. I already have my Ming. Well, I've had my Ming since the 70s, but you get the gist. Suddenly it's getting more logistical. It's not just buying a fancy toy when you go to the Comic Cons or whatever you have around your area. You get a cool toy, but you want to show it off. And I definitely, absolutely, and I heard you snorting there, Colin, but I definitely want to flash my Ming.
That
As
was
always.
unconscious and nothing to do with your Ming, I assure you. Sadly, that's guitar that badly. I'm not even noticing.
Yeah,
You realise what he's going to do? He's going to say hello to my Ming friend.
You don't want to go there because I do have my Ming. You don't.
Hey, Mr. Brown, thanks for joining
Well,
us.
Yes, thanks for joining us.
I just want to share this clip with
Ming
you.
in action. I'm just laughing at what disaster area put in
Oh,
the chat.
nice.
That looks
I'm
really cool.
So tempted.
I'm so jealous of your Optimus Prime here, Alex. It looks
That's pretty
gorgeous.
cool, yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking of
It's
That
getting
might
this
be
one.
worth it.
gorgeous.
You never know, Jim. We may meet up and have a punch up. Optimus versus me.
We should definitely go down to what's it called?
That's really trippy.
Yeah,
Yep, and
I definitely want to get it.
Oh, that's cool. So it lights up in both.
Oh, if he really does that, I'm definitely will try to get my hands on one of them. But I do have my own stupidly overpriced project that I want to get.
Yeah.
But it
Yeah,
is
it's
part.
very nice.
I need to get my IKEA furniture, whatever it is, behind me, so I can actually do it. But if I'm the next one up, I think I've already shown this, but I only shown the box, and I do realize I should probably put the pieces together and get the stuff out. Give me a couple of seconds to get ready. So I have the camera on. And
there's one for you, Alec. Look, the transgender formers cartoon on YouTube is funny.
Yeah, I already saw that. Megatron with boobs.
Oh my God.
I mean, okay. I'm a guy. I understand the logistics downstairs, if we put it that way. But if you're a lady and you're supposed to transform into like, yes, I'm a Superman, and then you're gonna transform into like a lorry truck. Where do the chest area kind of disappear into?
Very big fenders.
I'll have you know, I used to be familiar with the downstairs area until I moved into a bungalow.
Okay.
Now I'm the downstairs area. But don't worry, that's me just being an absolute.
Yes, moving on.
Let's move on. So I'll
That's
begin.
it.
Moving on.
Because we now have people thinking in the wrong area. So we'll definitely go down to the nether region by going.
You really, really probably didn't want to say that because PJ's got to clip that.
Great. Oh my God. Is that what I think it is?
It is
Back
to the Future
Oh yes.
board game.
I
Oh,
saw that. I saw that today, and I was wondering what was in it. It was just up on the shelf in one of the stalls, and I just didn't know what was in it.
It is gorgeously looking, but I have to admit, because lockdown, all the stupid shit and everything going on, not had enough people to play it with. So I haven't even opened it. It is still it's still got the plastic. I can feel like the plastic clips holding on to it. But yes, there is a board game of Back to the Future that you can play.
It was your density, yes.
Yes. I love that from the
Heavy,
first
man,
the film
heavy.
went. And it's like, oh, that's heavy. Because
Why is everything so
that's the
heavy in the future? Is there something wrong with the Earth's gravitational pull?
but that's the era I grew up in. It's like
Yeah.
that was the like, oh, it's just so heavy. It's just
Yeah,
like,
there's-
and
Oh,
even
absolutely.
Scott Brown is like,
Mhm.
oh, heavy. It's like the nuclear bomb's gone off, and then it's like everything is like they changed the gravity. It's like, no.
Do you know what I nearly picked up as well? There was 2 other creature from the Black Lagoon figures.
Oh
One
my
was
goodness.
a Amigo type, but they were looking for something like £29 for it, and it literally didn't look
Amigo.
Amigo
Ooh.
type, but it just looked as if someone had made it themselves. So
Ah.
it looked cheap, but it was in the pack and stuff like that. And they had another one. It was very similar to one of the ones I've got, but it was almost a bit more cartoonish. So slightly longer arms, slightly bigger hands,
Mm.
and they wanted nearly £45 for it. And I'm sitting there thinking, I want both of them, but I'm not paying that much.
But I'll translate what Matthew Pounder was saying in the chat. It was your density to buy it.
That's
Yeah,
right.
we've already got that one, but no, the 2 of them I wanted, and it was a case of the prices were so high for what they were. There was 3 figures I was looking at, and the 3 of them were overly expensive. This one, guess how much this one was?
I'm not even.
And enough for a Scottish person to buy it.
Yes, and me. A Feely Wally Tally. I must have been drunk because I was a high tiddly eye tie. Take a guess.
25.
35.
That's not bad.
I was gonna say about 45 to 50 would
Yeah.
have been my range.
I thought the price on it, considering how it looks,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty good.
it was good. The Buffy or the Angelus figure was 70, I think he was looking for. That was really, to me, it was a bit overly expensive. I could have understood if it was maybe 50 or 60, but just
Mm.
that extra wee bit, I just thought took it over. But there was a lot of ones that they had a few good priced ones, but they were more anime and they looked amazing. But I don't really watch anime, so it doesn't bother me. Some of them, and they were fairly inexpensive, but things like that and the doctors and stuff like that, they were overly expensive. So that's why I didn't get too much. I did get something that I've kept aside for. I'm going to bring it out, and I forgot this. I forgot it, but it's been sitting there, right? Right, you know how I like my iron brew, right? So,
Yeah.
right.
Okay. I like it.
Look at it,
Like
says
it.
at the top, Barvo Comics Group. Bar's
That
Iron
is
Brew.
good. What is it?
It's Iron Man in an Iron
No, I
Man
know
suit.
that, but what is it? Like, what
It's just
is it? Like a comic or?
no, it's just a picture on card, on glossy picture on card.
Oh, right. Okay.
So
That is good.
it's going to get framed and put
You
up.
need to, yeah, that definitely
Yeah,
needs to go in a
but
frame.
just look at that. It's an
That is,
iron. Look at
that's really good.
IRN, sugar free and stuff like that. As soon as I saw it, I thought I'm having that for tonight's show. I just thought it was superb. Even the fact it was Barvo, I just thought that was cool. So that's going to go up somewhere behind me. So I got that, and I got some comics, but I'm keeping the comics for the Father's show on Friday because I know he's a comic man. I'll put them down there. It's a set of 4. That's all I'm showing. Robocop v Terminator. So I'm going to have some reading to do.
They're back, PJ.
Oh my goodness! How many times is that? This must be about 5. That is absolutely amazing. Who's bringing them in? Right? Who's using their spare account? Who's using their non-standard account?
Next time they come in, everybody should reply and just say thanks for the view.
I could do that, but basically these bot ones, they just actually
It's
just
a
trigger
bot.
it, and they just keep on
There they
bouncing
go.
all the time. And there's more. Look, they're straight back in. As soon as I
Bye-bye.
blocked them, they just came straight back in. It is absolutely annoying.
Well, they have nothing to lose, really, do they? Because it costs them nothing, and for us, it's like, oh crap! Right click, delete this, do that, blah blah
Yeah,
blah.
but I know I could, as Mr. Brown keeps telling me, I should put subscribers
gonna-
only to do it.
Yeah, I was going to say that as well. I think it
But
might be worth it now because it's
it
just getting
may-
ridiculous.
It is getting ridiculous, and I'll need to actually look in how to do it because I don't know how to do it.
Hold on here. The message is 6 dates. Fuck overpriced Tinder, and I'm just going to say, wow. Interact with Tinder, but pay more than you'd pay for Tinder.
Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense.
It really
It's just
makes
a
no
bunch
sense.
of words. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bot or something.
That's exactly what it is. It's basically it's the same stuff. It's the same stuff coming from different accounts because I block the account and it pops up with a almost identical phrasing.
No, I'm actually curious about the message. It's just like, okay,
The
hey,
message is you need a
if you
cold
got
shower.
Tinder, pay more, and then you get to do something. And it's, I'm just going, it's like, isn't the idea of an average salesman to lower the prices against the competition, not, hey, pay more?
All I can say is I don't know. I'll take it from the experts that Tinder is free.
I've never touched Tinder, but I'm just going, it's like, hey, pay more than everybody else, and you might get something. And then you spam our channel, and we're just going, it's like, nope, get the F out of here. It's like, you don't belong here.
Well, Disaster has got the ultimate question. Is Ming on Tinder?
No, you're not getting my Ming. The only Ming you're getting this evening is Alex amazing Optimus Prime. I will not bring out my Ming for this evening because he has the
Jim
an
won't
awesome
flash his Ming, but Alex will play with his Optimus.
Thank you.
And he keeps assembling his Prime.
There you go.
I'm sure we all do. And hey, when you're not excluded from that circle.
Yep. Yep. Alex will need to stop making his Prime stand.
Move on.
Moving on.
Moving on.
That I'll find out for next week how to block it, how to have it set up so only. I'll need to get advice from someone.
And I think you can set it depending of like how long of a subscriber they have to be.
No, it basically
If
could be a
memory
subscriber.
serves.
And if these pornos want to actually subscribe to me, that's different. Yeah, I mean, if they're going to that just to actually post on my stream. But
Nice one, Colin.
yeah, that's what happens when you flash your Ming. See here? Do you know, do you know what I nearly picked up today? And the reason I didn't, because it was £120. It was a set.
Whoa, whoa,
It was a
whoa!
set of.
I have to put a stopper here. I have never, not once, this evening flashed my Ming.
Yes, I nearly bought one. The reason it was is because it was same again, very expensive, but it was to the point where you're sitting at it going, five figures.
But it is your Ming.
There was
Do
5
you
figures
not
in
want
the
to
set.
spend money on it?
Yep, 5 figures in the set. Right, a box is with the 5 figures. They were only about, say, about 4 inches. So they were quite small.
Now you're
And we're talking about
exaggerating like every Scotsman.
£120. So you're talking about, considering there was only 5 figures, you had Ming the Merciless, Flash Gordon, Dale Arden, Dr. Zardoff, and the Birdman.
Brian
What was his
Blessed.
name? What was his name? Brian Blessed's character was
Lothar. Lothar, something like that.
something like that, yeah. So they had the 5 characters, £120, and I was sitting there going, It's only because I've never seen. It's
You
because
see,
I had never
that's
ever.
why you as a Scotsman don't have a Ming. Because you're going 120 quid, that's too much for my Ming.
Do you remember that South Park episode where they had the shit counter up in the corner of the screen? That's what we need. We need a Ming counter.
Yeah.
None of you are touching my Ming. It's mine. Stop. Go away. No
PJ,
counter, no money.
What's
It's
Jim
my
drinking
Ming.
this evening?
PJ,
Everybody
you should have
keep
a
their
Ming
hands
alert
off his
button.
Ming.
You should have a PJ. You should have a Ming alert button every time. We
Somewhere, definitely
We'll all
need
have
to
what
have
Jim's
one. Goes,
having this evening.
Ming, Ming.
God, that's just gonna turn up every 15 minutes or something. It's literally gonna make me feel like a teenager again. Where it's like, oh, hey, you discovered your favorite toy. It's like it's going up, it's going down, up and down, up and down,
Yeah.
up
I
and
nearly
down.
had a 3-inch Ming. The reason I was tempted to purchase it is because I'd never ever seen a set like that. Ever. I'd seen ones with maybe Flash and Ming, or even Flash, Dale and Ming. That's the maximum I've ever seen. The fact that they had the 5 in the set, that was the only thing it was tempting me. The good thing is I didn't have that much with me, but I had my credit card and I was sitting there going, and I decided against it. So I was being good because I go back to
To
work
be
tomorrow.
perfectly honest,
So for next Saturday, I should have my 2 Ash figures. And I'm hoping, because one of the guys in work, his brother, has got a load of figures, and I want more of them because he's got a lot of bobbleheads to go in my bobblehead collection. And 2 of his bobbleheads, one is the Inquisitor, and one is Lister, and the other one's the Cat. So I need those 3. He's also got a couple of. He's got. I don't think it's Scarface. He's got another one. It's a gangster one. I can't remember because it was in the background of the picture. And he's got another 2, which were, what were they? The one was Freddy, and one was Jason. So he's got bobbleheads of those as well. And I'm wanting them all. But the 2 Ash figures, they're statues. So I'm hoping to get them this week because he was off for 2 weeks and then I was off for 2 weeks. So we missed each other for a whole month. So when I go back, he says he should have them this week for me. So I'm so looking forward to them. So that's for next week. And he says his brother's quite happy if I want more stuff to pay him later. I want more stuff. He's got hundreds of horror stuff as well. So he has he's got loads.
I've reached that area where I have enough of the toys, so I can actually build the background set, and it's like here are my DVDs, my Blu-ray collections,
Yeah.
you know, the toys I'm getting. But it's
Well-
at the same time, how do I actually twist my camera and my setup so I can do the stream and have the backdrop with the lights and everything I want to, and having the miming, but not just miming, but having Turtles, Shredder, Splinter, all of these things I've gathered, and I want to really show off. And it's but holy crap! Yes, IKEA is a good starting point, but you go, it's like no, you I need better.
Yeah, I'm just so glad I've got no space left.
Yeah. I mean, your backdrop looks amazing, even including the door
And the
and
door.
the
Steve,
wallpaper.
hold on, I'll shut the door a minute, and I'll show you the door again. Right, and as I said, the door.
Yes. Love it.
So the door is actually part and parcel. On the outside, it's got all the stickers, basically with all my man cave, PJ man cave. I've got a load of those, and I've got ones things like bigger in the inside and stuff like that.
But it looks amazing.
So in the inside, I've got the TARDIS door. So yeah, I did. I cleared 3 bags to the charity shop, 2 bags to the bin, just so I had created more space for more stuff. And it's basically the stuff that went to the bin was stuff taken out of boxes, and the boxes away to the bin, so I had space to put stuff in. However, you'll notice there is no Orca. That got put in the box and put back up right at the top. I put it back in its box.
Oh.
So I did. So the Orca is back in its box, and it's surrounded with Johnny Rico, Godzilla, Large, and Frankenstein. The wee Funko things.
I need some more Jaws. Well, I need some Jaws memorabilia. And
yeah,
I really should have some. I don't know why I haven't bought any over the years.
Yeah, definitely. I need to get. I'm glad I got the Orca. That is definitely. Every time I look at that, I just think, oh, look at that. Is that not? Funko Pops. Most Funko Pops, like the Judge Dredd one. I took the Judge Dredd one out of its pack, drew a scowl on it, and put it back in because it just didn't look right with just this plain. You had the helmet, and then it was just plain underneath. That's no Judge Dredd. Judge Dredd's got a scowl. So I put a scowl on it and I put it back in. So I didn't see the point in actually having it there. Wait, here, here he's here. There he's here. You can see the wee skill I drew on him. Yeah, I mean,
you wouldn't even really know that wasn't already on there.
Yeah, and that's what it looked like, and that's what it looks like now. And to me, the skill makes it.
It does actually, yeah.
So I got that one, but there's also I've got the wee teeny one. This one actually, I need to put the skull in as well. It's for the same reason. It just does not look right with that skull.
Yeah.
So I need that's the next thing to do. But because he's smaller, I need to be a lot more careful with them. So, and I've still got the box in the back to take out because I'm going to do that because I've had a break and I've literally no been checking out a lot of my stuff. I think yesterday was the first time I actually went on this week onto Discord or anything like that. I might have popped in and out, but yesterday was the first time I actually clicked on anything. Same for WhatsApp. Twitter, I go in and out just for a quick look, and it's just because I've been relaxing for my break before I go back to work. So there you go.
Hey.
OnlyFans GoFundMe has pulled her fundraising. I was so surprised, so happy that he won. Over the moon,
Oh, yeah.
because it's the fact is, I've been saying it. Christopher Titus, right? He's an American comedian. Do you know Christopher Titus?
No,
He
I'm
did a
afraid I
TV
didn't.
show. He did a TV show called Titus. It's basically he's a stand-up comedian.
Titus is amazing.
Yeah.
He has it's a really good combination between a lot of earlier actors.
He is
or
very
comedians.
left.
It's George Carlin.
Yeah.
It's
He
Richard
is a
Pryor.
very left-wing comedian, but he's
yes,
a funny comedian. There's very rarely he goes into territory you think. So he basically, you know, his politics beforehand, and his humour is really good. But he did a TV show based on his life. Stacey Keach played his father, and he says when he met Stacey Keach and Stacey Keach went into character, he thought he felt like a kid again because that was his father. And it is really funny, but actually he was talking about parts of his life within this comedy show. And one of the parts is Christopher Titus is something like 6'2" or 6'3" or something. He looks a big, powerful guy, and he was talking about his first girlfriend, who was like 5'1" or something like that, who used to beat him, and he would go to the police station and ask to be arrested so he could he could be in jail, and they would laugh at him because how can she hit you? She said because my father, he may have been a womanizing drunk, but he taught me that you do not hit girls. So she knew that. So she used to beat him. And because
But it,
he could do nothing and people
yeah.
didn't take him serious, it was a case of people didn't take him serious. They would laugh at him because he was getting beat up with this wee girl. And you're sitting there thinking, you
And yet, had he
imagine
defended himself, he would have been the big villain. Yeah.
exactly. That's the
Yeah.
point.
exactly. And
And
then
Yeah.
had
the whole
even
thing
if
that
he
with
had actually
church
restrained
And
him,
nobody would have believed him.
exactly, and yet the
That's
police knew because they would laugh at him. But if you ever get a chance, the TV show was called Titus. It was only I think 3 seasons, and they cut it too short. It was thinking his brother, the guy who played his brother, is another good actor. He plays the silly stuff. He was in Dude, Where's My Car? I think no, it wasn't Dude, Where's My Car. It was Without a Paddle. He's been in you once you see it, but if you ever get a chance,
wherever out to
it's
paddle
called
up
Titus.
Shit's Creek.
They're back again. Jesus God, how many times did he actually want to actually get sell me stuff?
Well, they hear us talking about the naughty stuff, but if we're going down this route, and I think if I'm gonna be brutally honest, the whole thing about a certain pirate in the Caribbean and a female actress that I can literally not say that I've ever seen, and it's like, hey, that's her. And that, yeah, I just don't have that recollection. Nothing that was ever produced or interacted with this individual. Like, hey, this is amazing.
Yeah.
There were a few Oscar awards coming to the film, but nothing toward the individual.
Yeah. See, the thing is, I'd never really heard of her until all this started. And even
Yeah.
the people were saying what TV or movies she's been in.
I
Couldn't
don't
have told
know.
you. I didn't see Aquaman, believe it or not, because it didn't interest me.
But the time Aquaman came out, I was just like I don't care about the Marvel or
Yeah.
whatever it is, the universe. Spider-Man, okay, it dropped off. It started getting too involved with the rest. I literally just went, Spider-Man, yes, my favorite.
Yes, yours,
Was
mate.
And
it Top
then
Gear or was it in Top of the Bed? One of the two. I know she was on.
I know you want to get into my bedroom life, but sorry, there are no
No, but we're
cameras.
talking about Amber Heard. Matthew says he thinks she was in Top Gear once. I
She
didn't know if she
was.
was in Top Gear or in Top of the Bed, but one of the two.
Sorry to say, and this is probably uh, Flemish, whatever the legal people call it. I never heard about Amber Heard, the individual, and I don't believe that's her real name. I never heard about that individual until this, and I live in UK until the American lawsuit happened. Whatever happened here in
Mhm.
UK, I never
No,
heard her
I was
name
aware of that.
before.
I was
I
aware of
don't
it
know
because my
who
wife
she
is
is.
aware of it. So
Well, I don't know who she is. And she had a major court, like legal thingy going on
Jesus
here
God,
in
they're back
UK
again.
where I live. And I didn't know who she was. I had no clue. She's a woman in Hollywood. Why is this woman in the United Kingdom in a legal court? I'm just gonna say, I
And
don't
that was
care.
because the Sun published stuff that she said without checking. Johnny Depp lost that case, but I think the problem's going to be if she ever has to come back to the UK to shoot anything. She's actually been shown to have lied in the UK court case, which means
It's just gonna
she
be
could
even
actually end up with
stranger.
charges.
But at least we're getting cheap sex at the moment from
You might
naked
be, you
HD
might be,
XYZ.
you might be, but us married people actually pay for it every day of our life.
Don't get me started on that part.
I just checked just in case actually there's a punch coming my way.
Yeah, she did disaster. You're right.
Yeah.
As long as your lady is not in the room and you're solving the problem, she does not need to hear the tree felling in the forest, which she cannot hear it falling.
What you drinking, man?
He's
That
on.
sounds
He's on
good,
the
whatever
strong.
it is.
He's on the strong mead.
Oh, you're on the
Oh,
move.
give me a couple of seconds. I'll open the camera and I'll show you what I'm on. And yes, I do know because my friends dragged me out on a very epic dinner. And
Lovely.
holy crap, did they serve the strong drinks. They were just like, Jim is not walking home, he's
Yeah.
crawling home. And I was
Yeah.
just going,
You can't fault it.
I'm literally stopping it. But
Yep.
I've been on the very tips level since about 6 hours ago. But I will be bringing in front of the camera my favorite mead of the evening.
We know your Viking mead, but Kelly, she did win the case in the UK. However, on the stand in the US, she said something accordingly that she says the complete opposite in the UK, which means she could be charged with perjury in the
Yep.
UK. So if she comes back to the UK, she can be charged with it. So will Johnny actually take that fact that she said something under? I told you it was a Viking blood meat, Viking
Oh,
meat.
that looks
didn't they?
awesome.
Uh-huh. See, I knew he
That
was
looks
on
really
the
good.
heavy duty meat. He's only
Very
had
nice.
one. He's got one big glass. It
He's got
takes
his
about
meat.
a
Yeah,
litre.
that is the glass.
Uh-huh.
He's got his meat out.
Yeah,
But
that looks really cool. I love
this
the
one
labeling.
is deceptive because when you drink it in a glass, it will taste like beer or cider, very low level.
Mhm.
But you will realize you had a glass, and then suddenly you're going,
Yeah.
"Mm."
It's sneaky. Yeah.
It's very sneaky because this one is 19.5 ABW. So it's about 6
Aye,
times.
ABW. I barely walk.
It is about 6 times the average strength of a beer, but
Yeah.
you will think it as light as just drinking a mixer.
Have you ever had gone to like a traditional, like a Japanese restaurant and had sake?
Oh,
That sneaks up on you something
Boy,
fierce.
it's
Because I've
almost
had
like
that.
it's almost
And you're,
like a zombie.
yeah, you're sipping
uh,
away and sipping away, and then you go to get up.
Yeah, your legs actually decide to go. Nope, you're going
the-
Like,
nowhere.
oh,
it,
I see what's
it,
happened here.
it
Yeah.
I've had Japanese whiskey. I was sitting in a London rooftop restaurant.
What he said, the loot.
Loop.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
You be sitting in the loop.
Hey, Alex,
London Loop.
I've had this for the evening. I've had this for the evening. If I'm mispronouncing things, it's where it is. But amazing restaurant, Central London, and they served a warm sake whiskey, and I thought, never had it. Let's try it. I had one, and I needed 2 hours just to be able to like crawl out of the restaurant. It's just like I didn't drink that much. I know when I'm getting drunk, and this evening I've been out with my friends, and boy, did they literally just like, oh, here's another drink, here's a drink, here's a drink, here's a drink, here's a drink. They literally want me to crawl out to the restaurant. It's like, no, I have stuff I want to do,
That's
like
brilliant.
here, but no.
Hey, why not?
I'm about 25 pints into just normal lager, bombardier, whatever you want to call it, at this moment. they're just laughing. Hey, I got my Viking meat.
That
Just
stuff
meat.
looks really cool. Definitely have to look for some of that.
I'm not touching it this evening because I know how far it will push me.
I'm a good boy. I'm actually. I've been driving today, so I'm a good boy today, and
Yeah, I'm just
tomorrow we're going to just sit back and enjoy the sun and the final day of my break.
What sun? We're in the UK. We don't have sun.
Somebody's buzzing, Alec. It looks like yours.
Oh, sorry.
You forgot to mute when you put your music, your fan on.
It's what you call on eco mode at the moment, so it switches on and off when it feels like it.
Disaster. I think he should be able to appeal it now, because if she said something in another court case which counters what she says in one, then it has to be perjury, which means the case that she won based on a lie that she's now proven.
I don't think
No.
Give her
she won
back
the
again,
case.
my God.
I
How many
don't think
times?
she won the case. I think
Sorry to stop everyone. The
No, you're not.
only thing I could take away from this whole third episode is these two people should never, ever have been let alone in a room together.
no.
Because they're both bad. They're both really bad. One of them, evidently, and as by proof, was shown. I did not go down. I actually went up. I stepped above and beyond what was required, but I have every right to just drop down and respond in kind.
I wasn't paying that much attention, but I've got a feeling from what I remember that the UK case was Johnny Depp suing the Sun for
He did.
defamation, not
Yes, but
Amber Heard, and
it-
the Sun won because
No, they
it-
didn't
no,
win.
it won because it won, or Johnny Depp's suit did not succeed because I think the judgment was something like the Sun had actually been. No, they've been acting in good faith, or something like they hadn't committed an offence because of the way the libel law works. That they hadn't actually
No.
committed an offence.
yes,
I think
but
that's what it was. So what
I think
she
they
said
could
is
have
irrelevant.
I think they could have an appeal if she's, as part of the evidence she's actually said something that basically implies that she thought it was true, and then she's gone back, and now in the US, she said something completely different.
Yeah, but if the Sun were acting on what they believed to be true at the time, or whatever the standard is so their actions fell below whatever the standard is for libel, then it doesn't matter what happens to Amber Heard, because because if she's proved to have lied, that's fine. That's after the event.
Yes, but I think basically because
I think I
if
could be wrong.
she's actually been proven to be perjury and she was one of the witnesses for the Sun, then it puts their case in doubt. That's what I'm saying.
No, I
Even
think
though that's what I'm saying. You think about it. If you bring someone in who basically says, "Well, I did this, and yes, it wasn't their fault," and then she's been proven to have lied on the stand, then it puts into doubt anything she said. So if anything she said has backed up their claims that they did it in good faith, that's what I'm saying. It
But
depends.
I don't. That's the thing. As I said, I mean, I wasn't paying that much attention, but I had the feeling it was one of these technical ones, and it was the case of she may have been lying in her teeth. That was irrelevant. The Sun didn't know that. The Sun were acting on what they believed was good information,
Yeah,
and that's all
see,
that was relevant there. I think that was the
see,
case.
I know what you're saying, and I think to an extent, yes, they're right. However, because they are a newspaper, they should have had a duty of care, not just to publish something that somebody says just because they said it. Because you, in effect,
Thanks,
they
Wen.
can make up anything and just say to one of somebody, "I'll give you £1,000 if you say you said this to me, even if you think it's a lie." And then that's all they could publish anything if somebody else says the words. They should have a duty of care to check to see if that is a lie. And if that's what I'm saying, I know the law is completely different, but you think about it, if they've won that, then all they need to do from now on is say somebody said them to them and have somebody say, "Well, yeah, I said that. Yeah, I knew it was a lie, but I said it anyway just because I was wanting money from them." and oh, we published it because we were told it. So you think about it, they could actually
That's
say
interesting.
anything about anybody based on the fact that that case was taken that way. And I think that's where it would fall over because of that.
That's
So
interesting.
yeah, that's
I've-
what I'm saying. It's just
I've-
I think they might have if she's actually backed up their story by saying something, and she's been proven to be a liar, then it puts their justification for doing it in
Yeah.
doubt, because
I mean,
anything she said would be seen as a lie, and they would
it'll
have to
be
prove the
interesting. But
opposite.
thanks for posting that. When I'll just for that link, when I'll definitely check, because just looking at the titles, he seems to have got is Real Injustice route to reopen appeal.
Mhm.
Yeah,
so
there's some I
that's
haven't
worth
watched
looking at.
yet. Yeah, he's very good. That guy. He's very.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to check. I'm gonna have to check that out. Thank you.
Yeah, for
Yes, I mean,
for the US cases, I was watching Ricada's channel. He's really
Tug.
really good.
I was watching Tug. Because I never watched it live. I just was watching bits
Mhm.
that Tug had put on. But my wife was watching it live, and I don't know who she was watching, but she was
Yeah,
watching
there
it
was a
live,
few
so I
live.
thought, but
Yeah,
it's just funny because my wife probably knows a lot of the YouTubers that I probably watched just for the simple fact that she was watching a few of them doing it live.
I actually I didn't see that. I wasn't paying that much. I must admit I wasn't that interested. Obviously, it was coming up, but I did watch when he put up a video, his reaction live, because I think he was watching Ricada Law as the results came through, and that was quite impressive.
Yeah, did you see this? See if I can find it. Hold on a sec. The meme, which I thought was hilarious. I love the meme. One of my friends sent it to me. Right, I'm going to have to save it because I don't want it to show the person's. It's terrible. You actually have to be very careful of this. Why can't it actually do it? Right, let's see. I'll open Word and paste it in there. Yeah, there it's there. This meme got sent to me, and I thought it was absolutely hilarious. You would have seen this one. You can guarantee you would have seen it. Will be remembered as the first man to win an argument with a woman.
That was brilliant. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
As soon as I got that, I just thought that was absolute classic.
The amazing thing for me actually was actually most of what I got. I was watching the articles on the Lotus Eaters rather than.
Yes, I saw that as well.
The Lotus Eaters, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I saw that as well. I saw the Lotus Eater stuff covering it as well. But it just goes to show the amount of stuff that was out there and how many people have actually. Because I'm sure at the beginning, my wife was basically a case of he's a bit weird, and she could believe that he would do these things, but not as bad. But it's probably when he was in a drunken haze or a drug-induced haze, he's probably did it, and it's that. And as she was watching it, she basically flipped what she thought, and it was a case of, my God, she is lying through her teeth. So she went from being on Team Amber to Team Johnny.
Okay, Wendy, good night.
Guys, yeah, I'm going to have to bid you good night. It's just getting a bit late here.
Yep. And thank you very much for joining us again, Wendy.
Yeah, thanks very much. That was a lot of fun.
I'll speak to you later on and get your new link in the chat.
Yeah, no worries.
So that doesn't happen again.
Have a good night, Wendy.
Cool.
Have a
Yeah,
good one.
thanks very much. Take care, everybody.
Right.
Night.
Right.
Yeah, I think you're right, PJ. I think a lot of people seem to be, especially a lot of women seem to have become, and they got okay. And a lot of the complaints or the comments I've seen have been from people in general and women also saying that she's done a great deal of damage to
Yes,
real victims of domestic violence
yes,
because
because she's
now
effectively made people realise that just because somebody says it, it's not necessarily true.
I mean, it's a balance thing in that she has definitely done harm to real victims of violence, but
Yes,
at the same time around, Johnny Depp has massively raised awareness of the fact that men can be victims of violence,
hmm
and it's probably a lot more the case than,
see when I was
people
growing up.
expect.
See when I was growing up, there was a family member. It wasn't a direct family member. It was one of the families that would that married into our family. So it was like our part of an in-laws family, right?
Yeah,
The woman was a big woman, and the guy was like that. He was a small, skinny old guy, and everybody used to laugh because he would be running down the street and she would be chasing him. And when she got him, she would have him under there going, "You listen to me when I'm talking to you." And people would be laughing. Here's old George getting it again. And even when I was young, I'm sitting there thinking, what? She's beating him up and you think it's funny because he's a guy?
well, I mean, not only that, but I think we're at a disadvantage because I don't know these days. Well, apparently these days, I don't know how you can have how you can have violence against women when no one can define what woman is.
Yeah.
But people of our generation, we were brought up, don't hit women.
hmm
I mean, with them putting a lot of the time, it wasn't even not even in self-defense. Obviously, you don't hit a woman. So men are even more vulnerable from that point of
Yeah.
view than women.
Yeah.
But
And you would,
you're absolutely accurate on that one. And it's like there is no, yeah, you got smacked by a woman. You got laughed at
Yeah,
yeah.
because you were dumb enough to have done something that made them so furious to hit you, to actually physically assault your persona.
And the fact is, growing up, we realised the only time you get hit with a woman, well, most of the time you get hit with a woman, is because you've done something stupid or that stupid. Because 90% of the time, the women defused it by making you feel that size by using logic on you. So you would go, and she would say something, you go, and that was it. That was it over and done with. You were sorted.
Yeah,
Anyway, it was
exactly.
only a few says you
You
went,
countered with
but
something stupid,
the
and
thing
the
is,
lady was just laughing at you because you did something stupid. But it never went into like taking up a brick or a sword
yeah.
or a
But
knife,
no, it's the fact
staggering
is,
like
this
you were
guy was literally like maybe 5'5", and he was skinny, and
yeah.
he was fairly, to me, he was fairly old. He was probably in his 50s, and she was in her 50s as well. But she was I would say about 5'8", 5'9", but she was a big woman. And she would have him under there going punch, 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 and there's people laughing. There's old George getting it again. Everybody knew that anytime he went running is because she was going to, if she got hold of him, she would beat him. She would grab him by the hair and drag him down the street. And people used to laugh at it. And even as a kid, I used to think that was shocking. If that was done the other way around, even at him at 5'5" and her taller and bigger, and
Yeah,
if he even did it once, it would have been scorned, but it was okay for her. And it was the fact that she would hold him going up the street, punching him, and everybody laughing. And I'm sitting there at my age, even when I was a teenager,
yeah,
I used to think that was shocking, and but everybody thought it was funny. It was just something you never mentioned, a guy getting beat by his wife,
yeah.
because and then I know a guy actually committed suicide because of the same thing, because nobody took him seriously. They
I'm
could have
sure
took
there've
him
been
seriously
lots of
after he
that.
hung himself,
Mm.
but it was a case of we don't know why he would do that, because he had kids. Really, he would get beat with his wife every night. Nobody took him seriously. They were laughed at, and he had kids, and his kids were seeing it, and you're wondering why he wouldn't actually think of the kids, that the kids were seeing him getting beat, knowing fine well that when they grow up and they became teenage boys, they're going to get it. And it's that type of thing. Just ignore. Yeah, the Nora Batty thing as well. It was a cliche, but the thing is, Nora Batty never actually. Compo always tried to grope Nora, and Nora would put him in his place sometimes, but it wasn't the same idea. The Nora
Yeah.
Batty thing is a strong woman wouldn't put up with crap from a pervert, and Nora Batty was
Yeah.
a good character because it wasn't seen as that. But
Yeah.
the thing is, I've always found that, and that one, the one I was telling you about, Titus, that was someone who grew up living through it, and he used it as part of his comedy. Because it was part of his comedy, you realise how bad it was. And if you ever get a chance, Titus 3, I'm sure it's only 3 seasons. Stacey Keach is the father. It is absolutely fantastic. His pal Tommy is hilarious. His brother Dave is the best character on the show. Even his girlfriend,
Titus is amazing.
and his mother, who was schizophrenic, as well in it. And it basically talks about his father, his mother, everything that happened to him as he was growing up, and he used it as part of sketches, and it is really really well done as a comedy show. Because like there's always a bit where he's sitting in a room which has just got a wooden chair, and he's sitting at the chair or something like that, and that's in his head. So when he's talking to you, it's in his head what's happening, what he's thinking, and stuff like that. And it's very well done. Titus, if you ever get a chance to get it, I would watch it. I don't know where you'll be able to get it. I had it years ago, and it was probably in one of these pirate sites I downloaded it from, but it was years ago, so I don't have it anymore. But it's fun. If you get a chance, I'm going to actually try and purchase the DVD box set. Titus is definitely something you can do. We should actually even do a couple of these episodes because the way he does it is so well thought through as a comedy show. Just talking about his life and talking to you, explaining things that happen and stuff like that. Like you see Titus Cam, and it's meant to be him as a kid going to his dad, come on then, and it's Titus Cam. You see the fist go boink boink into the tap, and it's humorous way of looking at the fact that he's trying to stand up to his dad, and his dad just says nope, boink. And it's silly things, but there's also serious stuff in it as well, and it actually makes it more poignant. So Titus, but just look how serious we suddenly got. How bad are we? We just get very serious about these things. And yes, I'm actually okay. My wife treats me very, very, very well. I'm a very happy man.
That's interesting. Black Belt Barrister would appear to have a link with a video about a petition to reopen the Johnny Depp case over here. So
yes, and I think that's what it is, because she has lied on the stand, and it actually counters something she says on the stand in the UK case. It puts her whole testimony in disrepute, because if she's lied about that, what else has she lied about? And that's
oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
if she's been part of the defence for the son, then everything she said suddenly is not seen in the same
Because
way.
this is the thing I've got. I'm not that up in it, but I've got a feeling that there is a concept in law we have mens rea, a guilty mind. That it's a two-way street. It means so if you've done something purely and accidentally by accident, and you did not mean the intentions, then that can count in your favour. But
Yes.
But if you think you've done something, you're doing something. Like, I mean, the example I've got in mind is that I have a sneaking suspicion that if you go to a drug dealer and you buy a Class A drug, a powder, and you get it home, and you get nicked by the cops on the way home, or you get nicked by the cops. And it turns out that when they do the test on it, what you've got is talcum powder. You can still be done because you thought you'd gone out and you thought you'd bought. So even though you haven't actually bought drugs, it's what you thought you'd done. So you've got two sides to that idea of the intent is there. So if if you're acting on something, even though you don't know, I said I don't know. So it's going to be really interesting to watch these videos.
Yes, but I think that I understand that aspect of it. But what I'm saying is, if her witness testimony helped come to that conclusion that they didn't know what they were getting, then it puts. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I mean,
that's what I'm saying. It could cause for appeal because it's what she said has it led the son to be let off with it because based on what she said they didn't know. But if her testimony is now called into question, did they know? Did she tell them what
I see.
she did?
I mean, it seems to be mentioning the things that they seem to be mentioning the credibility.
Yes,
credibility rather than the law. So that's why it's interesting.
And I think the son would do that is make a payment rather than actually go back to court.
Yeah,
because that way it's still going in their favour. A payment's been made, and they
could quite easily spin it if you want to put it away to say we realise that although we won the case against Mr. Depp, or although Mr. Depp's case was not proven, or however you can phrase it, in light of further evidence that's come to mind, we realise we now accept that
we were manipulated.
That we were manipulated, and that although we were acting in good faith, we were actually acting on duff information, and it's a good faith, but we are going to pay Mr. Depp X amount of money, or we're going to not even disclose the amount.
Yeah,
I love it.
I think that's the way it would be done. There's no way there to go back to court. I think Johnny might want to go back to court. He's probably been told that there's no point because you can go back to court, and even though her testimony, you're going to have to go through it all again, and then you might still lose, and then there's more money out and stuff like that.
What I thought was really great there was, I don't know if you saw.
Yes.
When he got when there was one countersuit of hers that she won, that was actually not to do with him, it was to do with his lawyer.
To do with a lawyer.
Yeah, and our compensation was $0.
Because it was 2 million. It was 2 million.
Or cost. There was so much for 2 million, but then the costs were because the jury awards. The jury, one of them other that all the costs. She actually got nothing. They said no. They said no. She's not even getting $1.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's so the thing is, she didn't remember. She pledged the money she got from him in the first one, and even though she kept saying, "I have pledged it," oh, so you've not given it? I have pledged it. There's Jim gone. Jim's dropped. But she kept saying, "I pledged it," as if that means I've given it away. No, you've pledged it. You've just said you would give it. If you've no intention of giving it, you can say pledge it all you want. It makes zero difference. So in effect, if she is seen to be truthful, she still has to pay her pledges.
To
the charity, which means she's more money out. And that will basically she will not do, which will show how much of a liar she is. But I only did that because you said you'd already pledged it, which means in your mind you've already paid it.
8 million, isn't she? she owes him 8 million.
I think he's off to actually get pissed with his ming.
Ugh.
I fucking love you. Sorry,
You're my pal, Zuya. I'm telling you. I really love you.
Oh, for you.
Oh, but
Mm.
but
mean,
it just goes to show,
you,
it's one of those
it's actually put me in that thing. It just suddenly reminded me of another real classic. I can't remember the name of the film, but it's the one where Dick York from Bewitched is the Monkey Man trial.
Yeah, they're
with-
back again. My God.
with oh my mate, it's not To Kill a Mockingbird, it's the other one. About the Scopes trial, the real life trial where the guy was charged
Okay,
with
Kelly.
not Kelly, where the
Thanks for joining us, Kelly. I'll see you soon.
the school teacher was charged with teaching evolution back in the 30s.
Yeah, I think I know what one you're talking about. I can't remember the name of it.
It's not To Kill a Mockingbird, is it? It's the other one. And he gets convicted, but he ends up with something like because
Did that not change the law that it separated religion and state, so they couldn't teach religion in school?
I'm not sure. He might have done actually, but the bit I remember is that he ends up with the because I think I've got to think the judge was the guy that was one of the colonels in MASH, I think, as well. A few well-known actors in it.
Well, you had Potter or Henry Blake. Henry Blake was played by McLean. Was it McLean?
McLean. It was the other. It was the other one.
Well, the one that actually played Colonel Potter.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Right.
But I'm trying to think. I
can't remember his name off the top of my head.
I can't think what it was called. Well, no, but the thing was, he was convicted, but he was the judge fined him something so ridiculous like $1.
Well, there were already rumours at the beginning, by the end of this trial, before it, that people were saying that she could have actually been offered $1 amount, so she could have literally lost to the point as she won it, and they only said the judge would have actually said you're awarded $1, not $2 million to cover a ring, but could have offered. It says you've won $1, so could have done it that way. But she would have got, because she won parts and he won parts. It's weird as hell. Oh, pardon me, ladies and gents. It's just been a long day. I've been up since like 6 o'clock this morning. So.
What's Inherit the Wind?
So what else has been happening in the world?
Oh, I don't know. There was some big celebration for something. I can't remember what it was about.
Now, where did you see that? Where did you see that?
Some.
Apparently, there's a clip going around of her having tea with Paddy and Bear.
For this lady here, and that this lady here makes me biased to the future of the royalty, because I lived my whole life under the reign of the Queen.
It was Inherit the Wind.
I think it should be matriarchal.
I
think Her Royal Highness Princess Anne would be a fantastic queen, but she's one of the hardest working royals out there.
She is most definitely.
And I as someone who it's happened to, I will never get behind a royal who's an adulterer.
No.
So the fact is, he should have actually stuck to his guns and says, no, this is the person I love and this is the person I want to be with. Not said, okay, I'll marry her so you can have kids, but I'm still going to see her.
Yeah.
To me, that as soon as he did that, any respect I had is gone.
I mean, I must admit, I would. I would not. I have some degree of sympathy for Charles, simply on
Yes.
the simply on the grounds that he has spent the
He
human life.
spent his whole life for a job that he's never going to do.
Well, not so much
Or
that
it may-
he's not so much that he spent his whole life waiting for his mother to die.
Yes.
Right, to the point. I mean, Spinning Image used to make some really good,
I know.
but
They
really,
used to, yes, they did.
yeah, but you think about it, if you look at it, really nasty ideas, you know. But you can absolutely understand it. I mean, that must be a terrible position. You know,
Yeah,
if
your job only.
you've got nothing
is
to do until one of your one of your parents passes away.
Yeah.
And having recently lost my mother, I know exactly how I can
Oh, no.
definitely sympathise with that. It's a
you all go die.
but I at the same time I think I would probably be in favour of, having said that, of it going straight to William, because I think William, I suspect, will make
And I
a
know
much
there's
better
been
modern.
controversy about him and some Rosie something or other, but accordingly that's a load of pants. But the fact is, if Charles had married Diana and been very, very unhappy, and actually people were aware he was very unhappy, and eventually got divorced, and then went back to his first wife.
Yeah, I mean,
I
yeah,
would
if
have every respect for that, because he's
Yeah.
done something for the family, and he didn't like it, but he did it, and now he wanted out of it, and he got out of it.
yeah, I mean, if
However,
yeah,
but the fact is, he did it, and then still continued the relationship.
yeah, exactly.
And I am aware, in the history of the royal family,
Oh, God.
that is not an unusual thing.
Oh, we've
But that's just because I've been through it. I vastly hate it.
yeah, I agree. But when you saying that, 3 of the characters in my group, one of them is Edward III,
Mhm.
Philip of Hainault, and Alice Perez. Philip of Hainault is Edward III's queen. Alice Perez is the mistress
Mhm.
that Philip of Hainault chose for him after she'd had 11 kids. Yeah, but so yeah, it has been going on through it. But
Yeah, it
that was
has, and
600 years ago.
sometimes it's been known by
Yeah.
all parties involved, and the mistress and the wife have been friends,
Yeah, I mean,
because they're both aware that in certain circumstances, in certain circles, this is expected.
I know.
However,
it goes to show how our thinking has changed in the last 600 years for starters.
But
Yeah,
the
I
thing
mean-
is, however, it's a case of, if you treat someone who's that young, it's not as if she was within the royal
Yeah,
court, so she wasn't aware of this until she's brought into it. So if you've got someone who, like Prince Philip, was in line to be the king of Greece,
Yep.
before he married the queen, and he had to give up his claim because obviously the king was classed as above, but he would have been aware if it happened within his circle, because he grew up in the royal environment from a different country, but it would have still been in the royal environment. So if one of his, or someone from another, like Morocco, met Charles, and they would be aware of it, because they're in similar circles. However, when you got someone from the outside, they bring in, and then suddenly they're thrown into this, oh, by the way, he's going to be sleeping with her, you just need to actually accept it.
Well, he
And
did. I mean, if you remember, I'm old enough. I vaguely remember. I mean, I very, 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 very vaguely remember his investiture of Prince of Wales. That was in the early 70s, was late 60s.
Mhm.
But I remember he did date, and he was linked with a lot of European royals.
Yes.
And then eventually he ends up. I mean, I must admit, I don't think I was aware of Camilla until much later. So as I said,
I was aware of her later on as well.
Yeah.
I didn't know
I'm,
that's why as soon as it all came out, my respect has dropped because of that.
I'm not defending him, but at the same time, I met Diana many years ago, for about 30 seconds in passing. She said she came where I worked. Yeah. The thing is, disaster area. But actually, there were 4 people a lot of the time in the marriage, and the identity of the 4th one changed occasionally, apparently, because she was by no means sweet and innocent. She was. I mean,
yes.
at the start. I mean, I'm not. Yeah, she may well have had a lot of pressure on her and the rest of it. I'm not necessarily saying
I think it happened because of the environment she was in. I think if she wasn't having an affair, I don't think she would have. But because she was told this is normal, then she just went out and did it as well.
I don't think she was an entirely innocent party, certainly towards the end of their marriage.
No, it's just the fact is, I think it's a case of she's probably been told this is normal, just accept it, and then she thought, well, it's normal, so yeah, why shouldn't I do it as well? And she's been a lot less discreet about it.
Which is why Meghan chose the wrong son to marry, if she wanted to be royal. But we won't go into that.
No.
Yeah, there's another nutcase.
We probably better not go into that.
Yeah.
Prince Harry's, yes.
Yeah, I know.
I have to admit and tell you, it just goes to prove the American royals and American women in the royal family don't go together.
Yeah. The thing is,
massive respect for Harry, whatever he said, until he met her.
No, but the thing is, you could tell he was a typical leftist because, like all leftists, he dressed as a Nazi and thought it was acceptable.
Oh, well, yeah, he may have been, but I mean, to be quite honest, he said that, and he was saying, and I in no way can you fail. I don't think fail to respect him for his military service. And he wasn't. I mean, he literally was on camera as saying that he'd be no fucking use at all. And his own words as an officer, if he didn't go out with his men, I mean, as I said, whatever his politics may have been, they didn't seem to come into much until he met an American. And my apologies to our Americans in our audience. Nothing against you guys whatsoever. But please keep your gold diggers away from our royal family.
Yeah, it was an American who actively wanted to meet a royal.
Yeah.
A rich man. And so it was an active search on her part. But he, no matter what, how he would dig me, he's just as much because he's to blame. Because there's no way in earth he could turn around and say, well, I had no choice. Really? You're a fucking royal. You had a lot of choices. You just need to say to someone, and she would have been gone.
I suspect he may possibly regret his decisions, but we all have to do with that. The thing is, though, of course, that he's actually, good point there. Again, second sons. But the thing is that Harry is sixth from the throne, 7th from the throne, because he's got his dad, Charles, and then William, and then William's 3 kids. Because William's got 3 kids, haven't they? I think.
But
yeah,
no, 2.
No,
because the girl.
No. She's in. Not only is she in, but if they change,
have they changed the succession rules?
Well, no,
because as long as there was a male within the thing, then the female would be skipped. It should have been changed. To me, it should always be, if that's doing the route, is the first born, not the first male born.
Yeah,
but then again, I'm very biased in that respect. I think it should be the first female born. I think the royalty should be
primogeniture, not male primogeniture. It's not the female. The females are no longer pushed to one side until there's no males in that direct line. It's a direct line purely. So it's son,
and that's the way it should be. But I think I must admit, as I said, I'm very biased. I think it should be matriarchal. So I think it should go down the female line. That's just me because I've grown up under the Queen, and it's
I
always
can
been matriarchal.
so have I, but I respect you have your I do not share that opinion, which is fair enough.
I know
It's
exactly. Because that's the thing about
All three.
believe it or not, normal people, they can have a disagreement.
Yeah.
And still
I mean,
actually not
it's
actually get annoyed about it.
it's I'm trying to think because William's kids, it's boy girl boy, isn't it? The oldest one, because the oldest one is the one
When
that
it's Arthur or
no,
Albert.
the one
Albert.
the one that was all over the TV for, that's always on the TV for being cheeky. Is that the oldest kid?
Oh, did you see him on? Did you see?
Yeah, yeah.
Did you see him?
But I mean, so,
it was, my wife was saying it's probably the sun in his eye, but standing like that is not. It was not a good look. I think somebody would have gone up to him and say, "Stop doing that and wear a pair of glasses." He just, but it's typical. A typical wee boy doesn't he actually think of it? He's just looking up at all the planes, and he's just got that crunkled face.
I mean, the whole thing. It would only actually come into the first time it could possibly come into play would be if William's oldest son were to die before. In fact, were he to die before having children.
Yeah.
Right?
Because it would go down that route.
Because it would then go down to his sister rather than his brother. If I'm right, because
it has been changed. I'm sure it had. I remember.
Yes, it has.
I remember that now. Once you had mentioned it, it's down to they no longer actually treat the female royals as second class when it comes to succession.
Well, then again, I have to admit some of our greatest monarchs have been queens.
Yes.
I can think of 3 of them, 2 of whom, actually only 2 of whom were queens of the United Kingdom.
Victoria.
Yep.
Elizabeth.
Yep.
And
there have been 3 queens of the United Kingdom.
Well, I would have said the Queen Mother when she was.
No, I mean as in ruling monarchs, not wives and husband, because the Queen Mother was queen because her husband was king.
I would have said, was it Elizabeth I?
No, Mary. Sorry, not Mary. Anne, Queen Anne.
Queen Anne.
Because Elizabeth I was Queen of England. She was the Queen of Scotland.
I suppose that's true.
Because
she was before James.
Yeah, we didn't have dual. We had dual crowns when James I came.
Yeah, James basically was the King of Scotland, and then he got offered the English throne as well. And that's what it was. People automatically assume it was English, and then they conquered Scotland and took the crown. It wasn't. He was the King of Scotland and got offered.
We still had 2 crowns. I think until the Act of Union in 1707, I think, is when we had a combined crown.
Yeah. Because he was the King of Scotland, and then he was in line to be King of England as well. Yeah. So he basically that's when it was.
So the first Queen of the United Kingdom would have been Queen Anne, who everyone forgets, and then you get Victoria and Liz.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, the interesting thing is that they changed something else. Another thing a few years ago. So that if we have another King James, he will not be King James III, he'll be King James VII.
Yeah,
because he'd be the 3rd of England, but the 7th of Scotland, and the higher number is now the one that counts.
Yeah, I remember that thing because there was a discussion about what the royal title was. It they were talking about, what do you call him? Not Charles, Williams, because they were talking about that when they were talking about how the numbers would work
Yeah,
with certain ones, and that's
yeah, he'll
the,
be
to do with
William
the
the. Thank you,
yeah, it's
disaster. I
George.
couldn't remember
Yeah,
them. Charlotte,
it's
Louis,
George,
Charlotte,
Charlotte, and
George,
then Louis
Charlotte. Yeah,
or Louis.
yeah.
Charlotte,
Thank you.
George.
Yeah, because George. I don't know if there've been because I don't know what they've been. Because it's only England and Scotland that will come because Wales never had a king. Wales only ever had princes. Wales didn't have kings. So all the kings or monarchs of Wales were also monarchs of England. So there
Yes,
is
but
no
they never had a king of the country, but they did
yeah
have kings because
yeah.
every area had a king.
Well, that's
It
why
was
I think that because a lot of them were princes. I think there was principalities. I think I could be wrong,
yeah,
but I'm sure
that was basically as
yeah
the
because there were no kings of Wales.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. There was kings in Wales, but there
Yeah.
was not a king of Wales. It's the same idea as you used to have like 7 or 8 kings of England, certain areas in England.
Yeah,
And
that was
then
that was before you had England. Yeah,
as they brought it all into the country,
yeah.
so you had the king of Northumberland, the king of
Ethelbert was the first
aye,
king of all England. I think I can't remember who it was.
so that's what I'm saying. But you had kings, and it's the
Yeah,
same idea. You had kings of areas, and then as it was consolidated, you had
yeah,
the one king, and then it was principalities.
yeah.
So Wales, because it was
Because
it conformed
I'm not sure if Wales had kings. Because I know Ireland did. Because Ireland had the High King, and then they had various kings of what I think are now the counties. I'm not sure. I really, really do want to brush up on my Irish medieval history as well. But I think like places like Munster and Leinster, I think had their own kings. But they had a high king, but that doesn't count because they most of Ireland is now no longer part of the UK, or it never was isn't part of the UK. So they're out of it. So it's only the regular number from Scotland or England, whichever's
yeah.
higher. And I don't know if Scotland had any King Georges, who
I
were
don't
also
think they
Scotland of England. Williams, I think you had a few. I think you had Williams.
Yeah,
I think.
that's what I think it was William when they were talking about it. They were
Yeah.
talking about how the numbering would go because of
Yeah.
that, and that's where I remember that from. And I don't think there was George. I think because, believe it or not, George was seen as an English name.
I believe it.
So
And then the thing is,
you wouldn't have had a Scottish royal
the
choosing
good thing
that
is though,
because of the relationship at the time between Scotland and England.
I kind of almost hope Louis comes to the throne because then we can claim, because it's a French name, we can claim France back.
Well, that's true.
Come
But
here,
we
France.
want France.
Bugger off for you. We want our part of France back.
We want Brittany.
We want Brittany. We want Anjou. We want Poitiers. We want
But you can keep Paris.
Aquitaine. Yeah, we never had
Paris.
Paris. We never had Paris. We had effectively pretty much the entire west of France. We had Normandy, not of the first, but all the. Okay, and this has just become a college history lecture stream. My apologies, but we had Normandy. We had Normandy. We then picked up. We had Normandy through William. We picked up Anjou when Matilda married. Shit, I've forgotten what her husband's name was. And then we picked up Aquitaine when Henry II married Eleanor. So we had pretty much most of what's now Western France came under the English crown. And then that bloody French peasant girl came along and ruined everything. Nothing's been right since.
Aye, somebody should have burned her at the stake.
I tell you what, that's really great because we get the blame for that, which is not undeserved. But you know the famous picture of her where you see where there's a soldier holding up a cross for her to kiss?
Mm-hmm.
That's an English soldier. It's not a French soldier, that's an English soldier. And the only reason we got our hands on her was because the French didn't want her back. We didn't capture her. The Burgundians captured Joan, offered her to the French The French didn't want her back, so the Burgundians sold her to us. Yeah, true. We didn't, but that's forgotten now, because the main reason that we actually lost most of France in the end of the 100 Years' War was not so much Joan, because the Burgundians finally overcame their. I mean, if actually. The Lotus Eaters, if you're an actual premium member, if you actually remember the Lotus Eaters rather than just a subscriber, they've actually done a really interesting series on the 100 Years' War. Basically, the Burgundians decided to side with the French king. And then all of a sudden, oh, hold on a minute, they're our allies. We can't blame them for Joan's death. We have to blame just the English. And
Well,
600 years later, she gets made. 600 years later, she suddenly gets made a saint.
Yeah. Well, you think about it. It's think of the Second World War. France is seen as an ally throughout the war. Yeah, you had BC France.
Yeah.
Which wasn't.
Well,
so
you had
France was split in two.
You had de Gaulle, and the only good thing de Gaulle ever did was refuse us entry into the common market. Or the best thing he ever did was refuse us entry into the common market. But then the 60th, was it? When was it? Yeah, 60th anniversary of D-Day, because it was in, what, 2004? Or was it 7th?
Yeah. Did you see the article was on the TV about how the Queen can put her own spin on things by clothes she wears? And they were talking about, like, for instance, when she went to Ireland, she was wearing all in white, but it was something like it was small shamrocks.
Yeah.
The dress was made up with all shamrocks. And then they were talking about when she was doing the State of the Union just after the Brexit vote, how she wore particular colours, red, white, and blue, effectively.
Yeah, good.
And this was to signify that she disagreed, and these were European colours.
Bull.
You mean the same colours that are on the British flag?
Yeah,
I'm sitting there thinking, these guys are stretching, so they are basically putting their spin on it.
The red, white, and blue that's on the European Union flag, which is blue with yellow stars.
Yep.
Yellow stars. Can't think of it. I'm sure I've seen them before somewhere recently.
Yeah. But the fact is, she was wearing an outfit which had blue in it, and they were saying it was to signify the colours of Europe because she disagreed with the Brexit vote. And I'm sitting there, these guys are stretching. She was wearing a red, white, and blue. It was a paler red, white, and blue, but it had white in it, and it had like pale red in it. And they're basically saying it's to signify Europe because she disagreed with the Brexit vote, and she just, because she's apolitical, she can't say, so she showed it that way. And I'm sitting there thinking, these guys are stretching.
I kind of suspect actually that Her Majesty's view is exactly the opposite way around, because she's the queen of the entire Commonwealth. I remember, I remember this thing comes up occasionally. I mean, I'm vaguely old enough to remember we did not vote to join the common market.
Exactly. We were dragged in.
Parliament did, but we didn't.
Yeah.
Ted Heath lied in his teeth, as it's subsequently discovered. But basically, Parliament did indeed vote to join the common market, but the country did not. Only Parliament did. We had a referendum on remaining or leaving in, I think, 73.
Mm-hmm.
When I was just about becoming a teenager. And I remember it because I remember the arguments, or the argument that I remember was that by joining the common market, we had lost a lot of trade deals with the Commonwealth, which I believe completely fucked New Zealand's sheep industry. I believe I heard not long ago that seriously fucked up New Zealand,
Yeah.
New Zealand land anything.
Well, you remember
but the
they
thing
were
was-
talking
thing
about
was that
the
we
butter
wouldn't.
mountains and the meat mountains and
Yeah,
all that.
but
And
the
you're
thing
sitting
was,
there thinking these are actually. That's when I knew it was all corrupt because
Yeah.
in effect what they're doing is they're paying farmers for their stock just so they can say they're profitable and they're surviving, but they're taking all their stuff and they're just piling it in a
Yeah.
warehouse. To
I mean,
me,
but the
send it to because there was then they had the drought in Africa and the thing, and I'm sitting there thinking, you've got stores they call
Yeah.
they're well known. They're called the meat mountain, the butter mountain, the milk mountain, and you're sitting there thinking, send that over. That will
Yeah.
feed. I mean, and it's
Yeah.
the same idea as when you had the foot was it foot and mouth outbreak and they killed all the cows.
Yeah.
And the only reason they killed the cows is because there was an injection that could have stopped it. But the reason they didn't want to inject the cattle is because they would have lost a certificate said the cattle were disease free. So what they should have done, in my minuscule brain, is inject the cows, cure the cows, and then send them over to Africa.
Yeah.
And the farmers and the people over there would have had the animals. The animals would have been healthy enough. They could have eaten them. The only
Yeah.
difference is it was near a wee certificate you were getting. So
the-
that's
the-
why they
the-
killed all those cows during the
Hmm.
foot and mouth,
But
and it was
then
nothing to do
and then
with the
France
disease.
France used as an excuse for years not to buy British meat. But the thing was though that the other half of the argument that I remember was that yes, joining the EU, joining the common market, not the EU. We never joined the EU. That just grew around us. Joining the common market was a bad thing in that it had cut us off from the Commonwealth. But leaving the common market, not the EU, didn't exist then. Leaving the common market would lose us the trade with Europe within the common market, but it would not bring us back anything with the Commonwealth. So it would have been a net, even though joining it had, from that point of view at least, been a loss. Leaving it would have been a second loss rather than a gain. That's because I say, as a result of which, I'm sure there were other arguments, but that's the one that I remember. But like I said, I was 13 at the time. I think.
See, I remember the only thing I remember about the new stuff is, and I was laughing when people would say, "You realise if we leave Europe, you'll not be able to go on holiday." You really? Do you think all these countries who have got holiday destinations
Yeah.
are going to turn around and go, "We don't want your money"?
So
Okay, thank you.
So
No, it's
so
a case of you got a passport, you can still come. It just means you can't take.
Yeah.
It's not a case of you. There's certain things you can't take with you back, but you can still come and spend your money.
listen, if
And that's what I always used to find funny. It's
that's
people are
unhealthy.
Anyway, guys, I am going to bail out now, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
so,
I'm going to be finishing in about 8 minutes because I want to finish for 12.
Yeah, okay.
But thank you for joining us, Alec, and I hope you
no
enjoyed your snooker.
Yeah.
Yeah, just one game. But I'll chat to you Friday through the week and be here for next Saturday.
Definitely. Okay.
Take care, everyone.
Ta-ra.
Cheers, mate.
Bye.
Yeah. But I was where will you? But yeah, I mean the thing is, so this argument, if we leave Europe, hold on a second. So we voted to up anchor and move the entire island into the middle of the pond.
Yeah, I know.
That's what leaving Europe would mean. We did not leave Europe.
We
are not
we
able
left
to
the
leave Europe.
European Union.
Exactly. We did not leave Europe because Europe is a geographical
Exactly.
concept.
So people, it's the same as the tick boxes. How would you describe yourself? You would have had the tick box, right? You would have had Scottish, English, Irish, Welsh, British, European. Da, 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 da. Me, I would always put. I used to always say I was Scottish, British, then European. Then I actually used to say I was British. I never said I was Scottish. I never said I was European because I was part of Britain.
Yeah, I used to go for British and then British English.
But
I
no,
then
I'm
get-
saying,
I
so when
then-
you used to do
yeah,
it, you always used to
yeah,
put your
no,
country first, then
no,
your nation next, and then
I,
what you were
I,
expected to
I,
Europe because that's where we were. Whereas after that, after a while, I just
Mm.
basically stopped doing it. I used to just put British. I
yeah,
never put
disaster
I was
area.
Scottish. I
So
never put
apparently, but we're in Eurovision, but apparently so are
so is
Israel and
Australia,
Australia.
Australia and Israel. I know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
very
very
Eurovision.
European countries, yeah.
Mhm.
But the thing is, though, that I mean, yeah, I mean, I always used to say the thing is, I always used to be quite content to say I'm British.
I've always been quite content to say that. I
That was
used to
it.
say
But
Scottish, British. No, if somebody asked me, I would say I'm Scottish first, British
yeah,
second, European third.
yeah.
Now I say I'm British.
I mean,
I'm not Scottish first. I'm not European third. I'm just British. End of story.
I'm the other way round. Possibly. I mean, I'm quite fully aware of the fact that for a long time British and English effectively, in many ways, meant the same thing.
People assumed it was the same thing,
Yeah,
but
I'm
to the
aware.
people in
But I mean,
Britain,
yeah,
we know it was
yeah.
different.
But I mean, I always used to say I'm British. I
Mhm.
never used to differ. But for the last few years, partially because well, apparently it's okay to be Scottish, Irish, and Welsh. Fine, you guys. Then I'm English.
Mhm.
I was never European. The reason I don't have a passport, and it was possibly silly reason, but I've never actually needed to get one, was that when my passport ran out in 1990, in the late, when must have been 98, must have been. I didn't want one that said European Union on it. And by then, all the passports had European Union. I didn't
Mhm.
want one, so I didn't get one. Had I needed one, for anyway, I would have done so.
Yeah.
But I didn't. But I still don't have a passport. I could get one now. I might
Yeah.
get one now, actually. I mean,
But that's what I'm saying. So it's the fact is, but I
but I
always
was
used
never
to
European.
class myself as Scottish first. But
Yeah.
truthfully, the way the Scottish government have destroyed the country,
Yeah.
I don't care enough about Scotland to actually say I'm Scottish first.
Mm.
I'm British completely.
What's that? I mean, I was the other way around. I still am British, and my British passport, and I will still say I'm British. But if I get the option, it will be English or British English, simply because because I'm fed up with it. I'm absolutely pissed off with being pissed on because I'm English.
Mhm.
It's all if it's fine to be Scottish, and it's fine to be Scottish. It's fine to be Irish. It's fine to be Welsh.
Mhm.
In that case, it's equally fine to be English. Because what
Exactly.
else are you going to be?
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
right. Gee, this one, right? You don't know how the old rivalry between the Scots and the English, right?
Yeah.
Right. I always used to say I hated England, but I loved English people because they're different. Because England is the politicians dealing with England. The English people are English people. It's the same
Well,
as Scotland is a disaster. So that's why I don't like Scotland because for Scotland, I dislike Scotland. I love the Scottish people for the exact same reason. It's nothing to do with the country. It's to do with the
I'm
people in charge of the country.
still
So
waiting for
I
the English
always
Parliament.
separated England and English people as two separate categories.
Yeah.
And it's just because everybody typical. It's like, who do you support in football? Well, I only support two teams, Scotland and whoever's playing England. It's the old joke. It's a joke
Yeah.
my dad used to always do. And I don't watch sports at all,
No.
but I still
Yeah.
use the same jokes because it's dad jokes. So I still use them. So
England,
anytime somebody asks me about football, I say I only support two teams, Scotland and whoever's playing England. Don't watch
England.
either.
Yeah. Whereas in
But
my case, I'm a bit of proper Englishman. It's England or whoever's beating France.
yeah, or
Because I'm a
Germany.
proper
It's the same.
Englishman.
But
Have
see,
you
the thing
seen it?
is, Scotland's main rival is England.
Hmm.
England's main rival is Germany. Germany's main rival is Netherlands. Netherlands' main
Yeah.
people,
Apparently, yeah.
different countries have an idea of
Yeah.
who their main rivals are. The only reason a lot of people think Germany's Britain's main rival is because they beat them in
Yeah.
'66.
I mean,
So they
I was
must be rivals. And who's Scotland's main rival? It must be the English. Who's the Germans' main rival? It must be, and it's that type of thing. Different countries have assumed different
Well,
people are rivals, but the people in that country think somebody else is the rival.
I mean,
It's
I'm
amazing.
I remember. I mean, I'm that thoroughly uninterested in sport. I don't care who wins the World Cup. I genuinely, I don't even know who won the last World Cup. I'm not sure when the last one was.
In disaster areas, right? There's a lot of
Yeah.
Scots who will dislike people simply because they're English, which to me is that's why I suppose they're bloody
Jesus
back
Christ.
again. My God, that must be at
We
least
must be
10
really
times.
saying something interesting
We
tonight.
must have been.
Yeah,
We must be.
yeah. I mean,
We've obviously got their dander up.
I have a feeling. I'm not sure, but I've had recently. I have a kind of suspicion in the back of my mind that the reason the Scots dislike the English is the SNP and Braveheart.
See, Braveheart
In
is
as much as that's been pushed, I think I could be. I may be completely wrong.
Right.
You're a Scotsman. You're
Yeah.
going to have a much better view of this than I am.
The thing is, Braveheart, even though it was so inaccurate, the thing is, it got the feeling of the culture.
Yeah.
Basically, right. I'll give you an example. Right, recently, right, my wife was looking. She was wanting to watch the football it was on. Right, we're in Scotland. She wanted to watch the Rangers Celtic game in Scotland. On the match day, we were shown English game. That's why a lot of people have it, because even though we're in Scotland,
that's ridiculous.
Majority of the programming is still catered towards the English viewer.
That's ridiculous. Not the point of view, the idea. The idea that even I said I know I bug all interest in sports, but even I know as an uninterested Englishman that Rangers and Celtic is probably the biggest game in Scotland.
Yes, and it was on the day. What was the teams? I think it was Liverpool and somebody else. I don't know, but it was an English game on BBC Scotland.
It's ridiculous.
And
What the hell are
you
you
thinking?
What the hell
really?
Yeah. What have you got regional TV
and that's why, but see, throughout the 70s, 80s, 90s, there was a lot of that. It was a case of it was all English, and that's why people had that.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And it was because more bloody English stuff, and that's what it was. It wasn't. That's what I'm saying. That's why I always separated it as an English and English people, because
thinking about
English people don't give a toss of what football you're watching. As long as you've got your football, the Scots are the same. As long as we've got our football, we don't care. However, if you keep telling us to watch that instead of the one we want to watch, and that's where the problem is.
I suspect there may also be a thing to do with North Sea oil in there as well. Come to think of it, you say about the 70s and the rest of it, there may be quite some. But I must admit, I rag on Braveheart all the time because it's an atrociously inaccurate film.
But
as a historical film, it's good.
If you take the story, the historical part of it out, see the feeling of it. That was that a lot of people liked it in Scotland because it sort of got across the feelings of how, no matter what, the English just seemed to dominate and basically impose their. And it was silly things like the football or things that were on the TV, and you're sitting there thinking, like, for instance, they would put Rabsy Nesbitt on with subtitles for the English, and you're sitting there thinking, but it's on BBC Scotland. Why are you putting subtitles for the English viewer when it's actually not broadcast in England?
Yeah.
And it's things like that were annoying people, and that's what was given that impression that it was all to do with disliking English. It was disliking the English organisers, and that's why I always separate England and the English.
I can definitely understand that. Yeah, definitely. I mean, Matthew, you're right. Patrick was good. I mean, if I, as I say,
Oh, he was
if
fucking brilliant in it. He
he
was
was,
absolutely amazing.
if I sit back and ignore the atrocious inaccuracies, like the fact that apparently Mel Gibson shagged a 9-year-old princess, which
Yes.
is how old Isabella was at the time.
Yeah.
And it's therefore claiming responsibility for Edward III.
The difference in time between Robert the Bruce and William Wallace, as if they were contemporaries.
Well, they're not. I thought they were. I thought they were quite close, but
they were close in the time, but they weren't contemporaries the way it was actually displayed.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah. But yeah,
I think there was something like a decade, maybe.
Yeah,
but
I say I thought they were close-ish. But yeah, I mean the thing is, it's like it's a good historical film. It's just history is shit.
Yeah, it's the same idea. William Wallace was a peasant. No, he wasn't. He was a landowner. And
I'll tell you what is great is I think what is I don't know if you've ever seen it, but Horrible Histories. The best antidote.
My friend
the best
keeps on
antidote
telling
to
me to watch it.
Graveyard is Horrible Histories. Look up the William Wallace Scottish Rebel song on YouTube, because the first thing he says, they're not even sure when he was born. There's two different possible dates for William Wallace's birth.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because he was a unimportant noble.
Yeah, he was.
And it was only after he became, and it wasn't even just him. I'm trying to remember the name of the guy who he was, and when that guy died, he stepped in and took over. He wasn't even the driving force for a lot of the rebellion.
And I seem to recall that at the time of William Wallace was pretty much equally far away from fucking Blue Road as you are some bloody kilts.
Yeah, it's the same as like there's the old joke. I'm one of the Campbells. The Campbells fought with Wallace. The Campbells fought with McGregor. The Campbells fought with Bruce. They couldn't get on with fucking anybody.
No, exactly. Yeah.
It's the old joke. Yeah, I mean, that's an old Hector Nichol one. The Nichols fought with Wallace. The Nichols fought with Bruce. The Nichols couldn't get on with anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's that, but that's a lot of the thing is it's to do with the fact is a lot the feeling behind Braveheart people got behind.
Yeah.
And that's the first movie I've ever seen people cheering at the end of it. It's the first time I've ever seen somebody standing up and clapping.
Yeah.
At a movie.
I mean, I
thought that was weird as hell. But the thing is, I understood it and understood the thing because, believe it or not, I was I voted SNP for most of my adult life. Only been the last 10 or 15 after I went, nope, because they do not listen to what people say. They just keep saying what they want to say, and everything else is unimportant.
I would be tempted. I mean, thanks. I mean, I hadn't realised that. That's great. I've now got a slightly better understanding of the Scottish attitude. That's great, and I can perfectly understand it. I can't blame you for any of it.
You look at the English attitude to people in the north compared to people in the south.
Yeah.
There's attitudes because of geographic. The people the Londoners think everybody up north are all wearing cloth caps and going ecky thump. How stupid is that? And yet you've also got people up north in England who think all these people down south are all, yes, we'll all have a cup of tea and sit there. And you're sitting there thinking, really, it's crazy. It's just one of those things. People, different areas. How many times do you, like Edinburgh and Glasgow? They call Glasgow the second city, right? Even the CB club used to be the second city breakers, because they always felt Glasgow should be the capital, because Glasgow is a more important city. But Edinburgh is the capital because Edinburgh was the seat of the king. It had the castle. But there's always a rivalry between Edinburgh and England. Everybody used to say Edinburgh was like West Germany, Berlin. You would have East Germany, West Germany, then you would have a road
Yeah.
to Berlin. Right, so
Well,
that was
bomb.
it. So people used to always say you've got Scotland and England, and you've got a road to Edinburgh.
Huh.
And I used to find that funny because the Edinburgh folk we saw in the same way as a lot of people saw the English, very snobbish.
Well,
Look down in the Scots,
well,
and it's just how stupid is that? Because
the silliest and the funniest thing I ever heard, I think, with that is we all. I don't know if this it was the same across Britain, but certainly when I grew up, your typical silly joke was an Irish joke,
always
right? But
an
the
Irishman walks into a bar and goes, "Ouch!"
Yeah, the Irish version of an Irish joke apparently is a Kerry joke. So the Irish version of taking the piss out of someone being thick is taking the piss out of a specific section of the Irish.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean it's the same here. What do you call an Aberdonian leisure centre? 2 sheep tied to a pole. It's basically that's the thing. Dundee, the
That sounds
Dundonians
like
wear
a
a
kind of
kilt
bottom.
because sheep can hear a zip at 30 paces.
Yeah.
We have that all over the place. I mean, they used to call up north call people from the central Scotland chuckters.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So we're all chuckters to them. It's a derogatory way of describing it. It's
Yes, and I did
it's
know what that said, but I can't remember because Billy Connie did a sketch about what
aye,
that
chuck
meant, and I
tough.
can't remember.
He called it chuck tough because
Yeah.
they were hard to eat, so they were chuck tough. But aye, Billy Connolly did it thing. But the thing is, there is across the board different areas. It's the same anywhere.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is why I think. I mean, I was wondering you're saying about the SNP. I'm wondering at what point did the SNP start being so thoroughly and utterly insane, so insane that they can actually get in bed with the Green
Right.
Party.
Right, Matt, right, I'm just opening my sweetie box. Right.
I mean,
You're talking about growing up. I thought Scotland was the Bruins. Are you sure it wasn't your Wally in the Bruins? Because there's my shoes, or the Ur Willie shoes, and I've got the Bruins book somewhere over there. My mum used to read every year. I bought my mum the Ur Willie and the Bruins book. But you know what I mean? That was Highland Toffee, the Bruins, and Ur Willie.
What were the Bruins?
The Bruins lived in Glebe Street. You had Ma Brun, Pa Brun, Grandpa Brun, the Bairn. You
Was
had
it
the twins. You had Daphne.
comic strip?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what was it a comic strip or?
It was a comic strip. Yes.
Oh, right, okay.
So you had
Oh, yeah.
you had Hen Brun, you had Joe Brun, you had Daphne Brun, and you had oh God, what was the other woman? So one was blonde, good looking. The other Daphne was sort of a bigger girl. What was the I can't even remember.
Did they have a dog called Scooby by any chance? Because it sounded like the Scooby Gang.
You didn't have a Velma, but you had Hen, and Hen was like 6'6", skinny. You had the twins who looked like Ur Willie, and then you had the Bairn,
Right.
and then you had Grandpa. You had Ma and Pa Brun. They all stayed in the one flat in Glebe Street. There was a brown bending so you could tell you tell it, yeah. Yeah, but the Bruins is just when I was like, I'll dig out a comic strip for the Bruins for the next time we're on, so you can see it. But there's also you had I grew up reading the Bruins. I grew up because I used to work. One of the guys I used to work with, his office was in Glebe Street, and the Bruins lived in Glebe Street. The thing is, Glebe Street is only 30 yards. No, 30 yards. Oh God, it's about 50 yards long. It's literally just a wee junction. So there's a main road there, and Glebe Street goes between those two. It was just a wee, and that's all it was. So there was one house on it and one office, and that. So the Glebe Street and the thingy was a full tenement, a load of tenements and the
Oh,
Bruins
right.
stayed in the
Yeah.
tenements.
I mean,
But
actually,
the Bruins are absolutely great. The Bruins in Urwally
I was saying,
are
yeah,
definitely things to read.
yeah.
I'll need to dig
Connection
one
might
of
be
them out
cooking.
'cause I've got the Bruins somewhere.
I do wonder though. I actually think that when the BBC started doing a lot more, some of the devolution ideas, not just government, but when they started having more regional presenters and the rest of it, that's a good thing. I mean, I've thought for a long time that actually I think that if you're in Scotland, you should be taught. You should learn English and you should learn
Gaelic, no.
Gaelic.
No.
If you're no. If you're in Wales, you should learn English and you should learn Welsh as a second language. If you're in Ireland Gaelic. So remember which Gaelic we get. And even possibly if you're in Cornwall, you should learn, or you should have the opportunity to learn it at
You should have
college,
the
at school.
opportunity, but it's the same as, to me, I would have agreed maybe a while back. I can't even say when. Nowadays, because there is a Gaelic school in Glasgow. There is, if anybody who speaks Gaelic, it's usually on the islands to the north of Scotland, so the Shetlands and stuff like that. There is a few communities in Glasgow that still speak Gaelic, but compared to the population, you're talking about 1-2% of the population. To me, the thing is, you drive up north, and every road sign, every village sign has got it in English and in Gaelic. To me, how much money are they throwing at that for someone who's 1% of the population?
I can see you putting. I also I used to strongly believe that, for example, if you're an immigrant into this country, you should learn English, but you should not lose your parents' tongue. I'm becoming less and less convinced of that these days because the way multiculturalism is done. But I still think there's a degree because you should still.
I think you should learn a second language. We got taught French, German, or Spanish in school. Why? To me, it should have been Gaelic at the time.
Yes,
so when I was at school, I think, but now, being an older, grumpy old fart, I now think, why waste money? Have certain areas where they still speak Gaelic as their main or their secondary language, and a lot of the community have schools that still teach it. And if people want to learn it, they can go to those schools.
Yeah, well, Mike,
because it's still taught English and Gaelic, so they're still getting taught the same lessons as everyone else. But the difference is, instead of French, German, or Spanish, they're getting taught Gaelic.
Yeah, I can understand French because France is our nearest neighbour. I could understand it for the same reason that I understand why most Americans, I believe it, get taught Spanish as a second language because they've got a lot of Spanish speakers, or possibly again Canada English and again French because they've got a lot of French speakers.
There's still a French region in Canada.
Well,
But the thing is, I understood why they were teaching French, German, and Spanish.
Yeah.
Because, believe it or not, most people, when they were thinking about travelling to Europe, they were thinking about France, Germany, or Spain.
Yeah.
You had the occasional ones that offered Italian, but most people didn't see Italian as a destination for either work in the future. Spain, Germany, or France were destinations where you're likely to A, go on holiday, or B, go to work.
I mean, I think thinking about it, I think thinking now, I think there is a difference between immigrating into this country and keeping the language from the language you came from is still a viable thing. But there's a difference to that, and if you're grown up in Scotland, Ireland, or Northern Ireland, Wales, for example, and keeping up your heritage and your culture, because that's not something that you've brought with you. That's something that's from that region. There's a difference, I think, between bringing in your culture from wherever you're coming from and that language. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. Certainly the language, you can communicate, keep the skills up. But when you're moving into another country, you should want to become, in our case, British. But I still think there's a case for when you've got a local language for that being easily available. Otherwise, it's going to disappear. And I think that would be a shame. But that's just someone who likes languages.
Yeah. Well, I see, the thing is, I think you shouldn't lose your language if you move to another country. Because you imagine moving to France and then you're expected to acclimatise, but you're not expected to use your own language. So if somebody comes over from Germany, France, India, Africa, somewhere, if they've got their own language, why the hell shouldn't they use it? It's the same as I've heard people complaining they can't even speak English. Yeah, but you can't speak Urdu, Chinese, whatever. They've got an accent on it. Some of them are strong accent.
Yeah.
But you can only speak one language. What the hell are you complaining at?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's. I think there's a difference between if you're going on holiday and if you're going to live. Because if you're coming into a country to live, then yeah, I agree. You should. I think the first you should want and you should need to learn the language where you're going to live, because how are you going to communicate? Otherwise, you risk ghettoization, and that's a bad thing. But at the same thing, I don't think you should necessarily have to lose the. It's this weird thing, isn't it? It's like what's it oh god, was it Rees-Mogg or was it someone come up with this thing a years ago now about the cricket test, about who do you if you move from, I mean, I think typically they were talking about sort of Commonwealth countries like India, like it's like you move to this country, who do you cheer for at cricket, England or Pakistan, India, Australia, or wherever you came from? Because you've moved, you're now British. You know, I think it's a complicated issue. I think.
Yeah. I just was digging this out because I knew I had some odds and ends. Look, right, there's my camera.
But because the one thing amongst other things, it's a damn good way to prevent everything becoming the same global. Oh right.
The Ur Wally calendar. But basically, I picked this up. I thought it was the Bruins one, but it's actually the Ur Wally calendar. So it's just a wee comic strip. But the reason I was digging that out, it's just because it was reminded me, right? This is the Bruins. There's the Bruins there. So this one here, that's Grandpa Brun, right? That's Grandpa Brun. That's Pa Brun. That's Ma Brun. That's the Bairn. That's Hen Brun. No, sorry, that's Joe Brun. That's Hen Brun. That's Daphne Brun. That's Maggie Brun, and I think it's Eric Brun.
I thought Hen was a female name.
No, Hen.
Oh right.
So, because
not just because I'm sure I've heard Scottish people saying hen when they're talking to a woman.
Are you all right, Hen? But Hen is a name. Where is it? There's the family names there more.
Mm-hmm. I would already possibly short for Henry. I suppose come to think of it. But,
so Hen Brun is short for Henry.
Oh right, yeah.
And Joe Brun, and then it's Horace, no Eric. Horace Brun is the one with the glasses. So that's the Bruins there, and that's the comic strip.
Is that Brun as in brown, or is that Brun
as in brown? Yes,
it is.
brown.
Okay.
But Scottish, we call it the Bruins.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, I wondered it because is it a Scottish pronunciation of brown, or is it a word in its own?
So there's some. That's the basically, as you can see, that's some of the Bruins annuals. So it is.
That's a good tartan on the cover as well.
Yeah.
A wee gay tartan. I wonder if the pink tartans, the gay Gordons.
Yes.
God, that's going back when
We
the gay
used to,
actually didn't mean
we used to
gay,
get that in
did it?
school. We used to get that in school. We used to do the gay Gordons, the
I'm sure we
Black and White
used to do that.
Sergeants and stuff like that.
I'm sure we
You
did gay
imagine
Gordons.
nowadays.
I'm
You
sure we did the
imagine
gay
nowadays.
Gordons. I remember the gay vague memories of the gay Gordons being danced when we do weddings as well.
Yes, we used to get it in school. It's part of our secondary. Part of the PE instruction was dancing.
Never did
And
that. I wish
so
we
we
had
would
that
get
actually, 'cause
shown
I
the
like
gay
dancing.
Gordons, the Dashing White Sergeant, and stuff like that. And it was because it was a traditional things that you would do at Cayley.
Yeah.
So
Excellent.
we still go. You still get Kayleys up here. However, we'll do that. He's got that one. Charity shop.
Mhm.
See my calendar. I got that. Where did I get that? I got that at Comic Con. It was given as a freebie at Comic Con. The books. I got some of the books there, but my sister's got most of them because they were my mum's. My mum used to collect the Bruins. She used to get the annual every year, and we had it going back years. But since my mum passed away 8 years, so the last 8 years we don't have. But I've got one or two. My brother's got one or two. My sister's got the rest, and it's things like that. So every time I go into a charity shop and I see the Bruins, I go, but I think it's too difficult for me. I don't having a load of the Bruins books sitting up my shelf would be just remind me too much of my mum, and it'd be difficult. So that's why I don't have too many of them. I've got one or two in there put aside because they were owned by my mum. But I can't imagine actually having a collection like my mum used to have. So
I'm taking
I'm a big stopgap. So
I'm taking a guess that they were originally cartoons in the Sunday Post.
Sunday Post, yes, because you used to get the mail in the post, and yes, you used to read the post every day. And they basically some of the
Show
papers used
you.
to the Daily Record used to have Judge Dredd
Wow.
for a while. I think I've got a couple of the books. It's got the original comic strips into one binder. But it could be. The problem is, it could be anyway. That shelf, that shelf, that shelf, or that shelf, or that shelf. I've got that many shelves full of stuff. I don't know what I've got, and that's my problem. Oh, Christ Almighty, they're back. Right, guys, we're going to have to actually finish up because see the amount of time I'm having to actually clear the porno stuff. It is absolutely shocking. It gives us more views,
Yeah.
but I'm just wanting to get rid of these before we actually finish the stream because I don't want them actually popping up if somebody watches it later on and actually just sees them sitting there. So I want to clear them. Right.
Yeah.
See that. But imagine these. The thing is, see in StreamYard, you can click on one and it blocks a lot, but on chat, you have to actually do them individually. You
Yeah.
used to be able to actually block one and it would block the lot, but now you have to report them all individual, which is crazy. Because if you
tend-
reported one, it would do it.
I tend generally, if I'm in chat on these, to try to report them as well. Spam or porn or whatever is appropriate.
I usually put them down as porn, basically because of the thing it is hopefully just maybe YouTube will block them and these people have to create new accounts and keep if you just put them as spam, eventually they can get cleared. Whereas if you put them as porn, they usually get blocked and they have to create new accounts, which means you can't keep using it for other people because of that. So, but it's a pain in the backside, an absolute pain. But anyway, guys, what we'll do is we'll finish. They're back again. Look, straight away. Jesus Christ. As soon as I blocked one and cleared it, another 7 appeared in my list,
Bloody hell.
and it's the 7 that
You-
I blocked. They
there
just
is-
reappeared.
I know I don't know if you have to be certain level or what, but I know I've seen some streams they limit so that you can't put in a post. You have to wait about 30 seconds or so between posts.
Yeah, you can put it on slow mode.
Slow mode, that's it, yeah.
Yeah, I'll need to actually look into it because there's something definitely not quite right with it. Because I need to actually put it so people are subscribed. I didn't want to put that on
Yeah.
because I wanted people. I didn't want people feel as if they have to be forced
Yeah.
to
I
subscribe.
mean, I think that's
to
the thing
join
with
the
slow
chat.
mode is you do that and it's going to cut them down, putting more than one.
Yeah, but I'll need to actually look into how I can actually change that. So,
Yeah.
and that's the problem. It's just a case of working out how to actually set this up. So I don't know if it's actually via StreamYard or I can do it via my thing. So anyway, guys, we are going to be on Wednesday. I don't know what the movie's going to be, so I'll talk to the guys and we'll put that something up. However, we will be back next Saturday, and I will be on the Father stream hopefully on Friday again.
I'm going to try and catch those.
Friday afternoon stretch. It's always fun to talk to the Father, and Ian occasionally is on it, and so it's nice. So there will be other channels that I've been invited to join, and one or two of them I may actually be taking up on. So I'm hoping to have a wee bit more out there. So thank you all for joining us.
Good night, folks.
So yes, good night, one and all. There's too many. The amount of porno in that, I don't want to say
Yeah.
through all the names in case I actually put the wrong one up. But thank you for sticking with us. And remember, guys, I ain't old. I'm classic. PJ maybe and Arthur Collin out.